Why Hasselhal Ijai Squeezed in a sit at or Vijakin Sinaichs, Vijakin Ilmihum Coast, Hackensoch Jeans in Matmayat.
Good morning. I am Sharp in the Water woman. I am Arrow Lakes people, and I am the executive director of Salish School of Spokane. I'm very happy that we're gathered here on your lands. And I'm very happy that we're able to come together and share what we've all learned. So that's it for me. I'm going to have my family introduce themselves.
Why is we have not can such Maya most and such chains in Maya?
Oh, yeah, I'm the woman who loves water, and I am a teacher at Salish School of Spokane. And Taff is my husband, and Eschanit and Katamasket are my children.
Why is quiz hash was milking chat and suchma my listen my attended Osaka in the hub. It's not silly.
I'm Pash. I'm also a teacher at the school, and these guys over here are my parents. And we speak that squeeze.
Yes, please, Hashtanit.
My name is Eschanit.
Can you search Maya, post the hat and soft jeans and Maya and can Spain?
I'm a student at Salish School of Spokane, and I'm 9 years old.
Yes, please, Krishna Master. Can each small coat and soft jeans Maya?
My name is Krishna Musket, and I'm a student at Salish School of Spokane, and I am 6 years old. Otin cha. Awaken. Otin cha ku umso at no in hatus tos kahat in soft jeans in my. They call me Magpie, and I'm the principal at Salish School of Spokane. Otaha in elmichum. Yatsal Hal, Yat Spink, Niai. So they call me Magpie. I'm the principal of Salish School of Spokane, and this one's my boss. What did I say? 24/7, 365. And she never introduces me. I
get a little nervous. He think he seals cook was who ulus not police in my.
This is our way. Wherever we gather at our school every morning, we gather.
Who equal me synchronemes or Shakai synchroneme.
We sing different songs, and this song we're sharing this morning comes from our elders and
closer.
Okay.
We have a question about
our schools in Spokane. So our territory is a large area, way up into British Columbia, down into Washington. This song says, because we are beautiful. Because we are Salish people. Because this is our land. My granddaughters are going to join me here.
Ah, yeah.
So we've asked the folks on Zoom to enter just some bits about them so they can kind of get to know each other. But with the folks in the room, we did want to take a moment and just go around the room, ask you to share your name and your community or where you're associated with and the language that you'll be speaking to your children and grandchildren. And we'll start here.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jeanette Navajo from New Mexico. I'm 31 years old and starting out trying to be a linguist and do web engineering and journalism and work in the medical industry. Just all kinds of stuff going on in my life. But I'm here. I'm glad I'm here. I should be at work. What I mainly do is I'm in the pharmacy and I send meds to villages, usually 54 villages in Alaska. There's more, but that's kind of the reason. And just happy to be here. Thank you for your song. And like I said, I'm Navajo, so I'm going to be trying to learn Navajo. I'm learning Lower Tanana Cross. There's a couple of languages I'm trying to learn, even Korean and Russian. Just trying to link them up for health and for a lot of things. That's my introduction. Thank you for having me.
Sagan, everyone. My name is Kinigat Nelson. I'm from Atna, Mujishu, Caribbean clan. Raised in Copper Center, Alaska, Padikete, where the two rivers meet. There's a lot of our fluency gone, and I'm trying to do what I can to be a part of bringing it back. Native village of Putika is our tribe, our council, and yeah, that's pretty much me. I won't say my age though. Thank you.
And the week.
Nakan didn't you? Ishlanchi, didn't in Ishlanchi that. Kahi Ishlanchi, Mendel Sugar Shikaya Kalan, Idi Shunta Kutan, Kalaka, Anchorage Sugar Shikaya Kalanda, Andrew Blue Shunta, the peasant, Shunta, the peasant. I said, my name is Marilyn Bluda, and I'm originally from Dundalton, and my clan is Gachi Raven, and I live in Anchorage now, and my parents are Andrew Bluda, Shutita, my dad, and Dolly Bluda Parker, Shunta, my mom. When I say the person, that means they've already passed on. Thank you.
Ako nga ang sokan kayo nga yung Fishman imanga nga so dagwang katipili we tamasong since 2002 in fact since lu ajigang yung credit since lu crazy woman and kasat since lu Adeline camera anaka ataka su Frank and Teresa camera from Imanga, and my grandparents are Charlie and Kamala Hooch, and Jacob and Mary Agnes camera. Kaya naman ni mabatay slo ukut inupat malit kon ka mabat una conference paksuko. My name is Ang Sokalka means diver in Yupik. I'm named after my great grandmother. I'm Achigang in Inupiaq. That means scary. And my Indian name from people up here, Indians in South, call me crazy woman. I said my parents' names and my grandparents' names. I've been in Kotzebue since 2002. Though I'm Yupik, I'm with the Inupiaq people, and I've been living with them for 20 years. And I am very honored to be up there. My home is there, people, and I hope they love me. And I'm glad to be there.
I need to test the audio really quick. Some folks on Zoom are saying they're having a hard time hearing, but there are mics around here, so if you guys can project, I know that's like not typical of Alaska Native speaking, but if you want to just be a little louder, let me test it. So I'm sorry for those on Zoom. We'll try. Check, check. Check.
Load up.
And the mic, okay. Check, check. Check, check. So I'm sorry for those.
They can't hear it at all.
They can hear. They said it's just quiet night. It's pretty quiet.
Okay. Yeah, so the little microphones are the little balls hanging from the ceiling. So if you're speaking, just try to be close to one of them.
Okay, thank you. Please introduce.
Ubang alipatluk, nalog mi chisiga read McDance, kikikagong mi in tunga, si in yurunga, kikikagong mi, aglan nalog mi galok tunga, Sabak tunga Northwest School good ni Savakati rugut Northwest Schools good ni ilisak tunga inyupetun uko aglatiti ringuru panga vamnu ariga besuk tunga manitunga and Patluk, my Inupiaq name, English name Reed Megvans. I grew up and live in Kotzebue, though my parents are both from downstate. They moved up there before I was born. Jim McDans and Susan Georgette are their names. I'm studying Inupiaq. These are all some of my teachers right here. And I work with all of them at Northwest Arctic Borough School District right now. We got happy to be here.
Mga Inupiaq sisiga kala atin ang yukaka inyuhudik kubang mingurugot. Manali inyu nehlekpod ang nehlekpod le ubang sabay ng Northwest School good ne. Inupiaq sisiga kala salami sisiga Raymond Wood.
Good job on doing the introductions.
My Eskimo name is Kalak Rachora. English name Raymond Wood. My job, I'm the coordinator for the Northwest School District. Our language came from our ancestors. There's a lot of changes over the years and working with our language. But with this group right here, we've been pretty successful in speaking our language. We train a lot in trying to learn more ways of how to use our curriculum and our lesson plans and all that. It's been a struggle, but once we get into the rhythm of it, we've been working with it, and then you can see the results with our student here, how he speaks the language. But he was actually born and raised around our area, but he works really hard in doing his own homework and using our Inupiaq language workbooks, textbooks, and everything that was illustrated back in 1970. Thank you so much.
Uhlalotak ilakaksi wanga ano kigita mishunga anga yukaka lulukadaglu markalagu asi adataka kunulu nugahulu kigita milu Inupiaq sisira ano inyuhuklunga udkyarvingilu, erbex milu, tamanili, inuneshikput, asi inubirashikput, Savahiga Northwest Arctic Borough School District with me, asi Elisabeth College with me, King Island Native Community with me. Asi Ilisabi Roxy Robbie Inupitun, Alaska Native Heritage Center me, Nipiving me, 2017 me. Gula during a Inupitun. Akaga Ilisabi Rock. Akaga Ilisabi Rock Inupitun, Ipaluk Elementary me. Malik Suktitkanga. Asi ignikaktunga inibak sininga dash inibak sininga nakpak ukagurunga inibitun akulay chomet nakpakalu asi singaya runga ugagniak tunga reflectorakpak inibitun. My name's Anouk, and my family's from Shishbra. And I work on multiple Inupiaq dialects. I use multiple dialects in my introduction, so I could say hello to all my relatives. It's been such a pleasure to work with Northwest Arctic, up in Ilisavik and with King Island, and also working on my family's dialect in Shishmara. And I'm just so happy to be here. I haven't got to gather with people in so long, so it's so special. And I have a son who I try to speak Inupiaq to most of the time. Yeah, I'm looking forward to learning from everyone.
Amaya Johnson, you cut yourself, Chapna Katsaki, Tifoidea Yakab, Achta de Sayandain, Wish to say, Shafai, Nakta Dah Erhat. My Shinget name is Hoot, and my English name is Amaya. I go to school here. I'm majoring in medical assisting. And I am from Yakutat and Fishman. I'm still just a beginning language learner, but I'm happy to be here with you all.
My name is Bobby. I'm from Deering. I work with the school district as the Inupiaq instructor. I just started a few months ago, so I'm still learning and excited.
Kalota. Inupiaq City Ulok would mean illicit high school learning would mean. My name is Grace. My Eskimo name is Luke. I'm a Inupiaq teacher in my village of Narvik. Glad to be here.
Kalota ngali atira ni groruk bisa pa mingurga. Aliga kuya gipsi monga when we came here. I'm looking at Khalak, so he goes, monga kapta. Aliga teku. His name is Nelly. My Inupiaq name is Nigraruk, and I'm from Ambler, Alaska. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you.
My name is Selena Barr. I live in Kayana and I work for the school district 14 years. I'm still learning too. I could read, I could write it, but I just need to speak more. And so I'm happy to be here today.
Vlalota, uvanga anosok. My English name is Helen Allen. Kikitagurugmi, Akaga Kumak, Apaga Keruk. I work at Jude Nelson Elementary School. I'm from Kotzebue. My parents are Roger and Lorena Wright from Kotzebue. Actually, my mom is from Norvik, but I was born and raised in Kotzebue and just happy to be here and happy to see all of you.
Arigaw lalo ako making you back sa kaktunga nurbing mi ngurunga sa bakat kikit kamera hawak ngamin agik saktud unak inyoktok palugtud lan kuya runga wane ilolek tunga uko paklalo takati gutubla kariga. It makes me feel good to have good warm welcome from the oldest to the youngest that really welcomed us this morning. I'm Lloyd, I'm from Narvik up northwest, and I speak and teach in Inupiaq. I'm still learning too, and I'm not a fluent speaker. Sule, ubangat to saksuli lapak tunga aglanta na I'm very hard of hearing, but I could read lips too. That we can see it when you're a little child. We can't learn unless we see the lips when you're speaking. That's how I am now with hard of hearing. But if you have no mask and I could read your lips. I'm Lloyd from Narvik. I'm happy to be here. And thank you for your welcome this morning. Thank you.
Salina Ukiana, Asapapukin, Anchorage King, Angalina, Atan Ilagan, Andagina, Sasinan Uting. My name is Selena Ukiana. I live in Anchorage. I'm from Atu, and I'm a Tuan. I am the lead in the Native Advisory Committee to bring back Alaska Native languages to be offered pre-K to 12. So if any of your organizations can write letter of support, there are 2 more board meetings. If any individuals want to go to the board meetings and express that, and then just get in contact with me if you're interested in supporting. And my second language project is that I'm reawakening a sleeping language.
Andrea Ivanov, Shiishi, the name Ashlan Shida Katlang, Ashlan ShidaOgraph, Ijin Daka, as Shubush Kaya, Kalanda, Edishun of Kotam Kapnale, Elizabeth Soli, Shunta, very Soli, Shutta, Richard Soli, Shada, also Soli, Shida, Alandik, Shada, Alandik, Shida. Taknush Shubush Kaya, Taknush Shubuyesh Duda. I'm Andrea Ivanov, and my villages are Line Village and McGrath. I grew up in McGrath. My parents are Barry and Elizabeth Soley, and my grandparents are Richard and Elsie Soley and Alan and Helen Dick. And I live in Kenai now. I work for the tribe on the language revitalization project.
Dolly do, Jennifer Williams Shiiji, and Ana Echelon Shida, the Kitchen the Cock Shugu Shikaya Kalanda, Kori Katu Shugu Yashtuda, Katno Hatana of Hanu. My name is Jennifer Williams. I'm Denina. I'm from Lime Village, Alaska, but I currently live in Kenai and I work with the Canadian Indian tribe. And I also teach at KPC. Thank you.
Yagalidu, Shishida Yavanshi Iji, Danina Ashlanshida, Lion Village, Shugu Studa, Cotton, Shugu Shugaya,
Hello. I'm Alexi Chita, like Alexi Chita, Paula Bobby. So my name is Yvonne Flynn. My family is from Lime Village. I currently live in Kenai. My grandparents were Emma and Nick Alexi, and my mother is Paula Bobby. Oh, and I also would forget, can I see, revitalization.
Hello, everyone. Haleg Sa'ezra. My name is Laverne Dementa. Degatanachlan. I'm Degatana Thabaskan. Degatan people speak Deghinab. Beloy Chethistat. My parents are from Holy Cross and Anvik, Alaska and Southwest. And let's see, Fairbanks Disto, Cohusaveg, University of Alaska Fairbanks social work program. So I teach at UAF in the social work program. I also am a learner and a facilitator of language classes in my language. In for your song prayer this morning.
Cheryl Sherman, Suzette Belair, Carrie Woodson.
You know, I like to say that, you know, with our younger people, it can be so emotional, you know, for our Indigenous language, you know, revitalization. It is, you know, can be emotional.
Cheryl Sherman, Suzette Belair, Carrie Woodson, Janet Daniels, Chuke, Nadiniana, Kaya Singaden. My name is Cheryl Sherman. This is my mom, Carrie Wood. For the English question for Title VI, one of the cultural emergency specialists. And that is the first time I've ever done that in front of an audience of only about so many people. That's only the second time I've ever done it in front of a group of Native people, and I cried last time too. I'm super happy to be here.
Yes. My name is Carrie Wood. I'm very, very new learner. I had a very emotional day yesterday, and so I don't know that I can. We started a project at the museum, and we were looking through pictures and postcards from all over, but mainly ones from the railroad, which impacted our village and pretty much destroyed. And we found a picture of my grandma, Helen Wickersham, when she was at the Salish School. She was the oldest of her siblings, and she was the only one that was sent away to school, so it was
Would you like to introduce yourself?
Saroda, Religion. Panushagin Stool Suzatilan, Apatana, with the Kara Ashlan. I didn't want to kind of Haknu or Hakna Easter. Chair of Last Native Studies. Westna, Patnam Kanabit. On it. I really appreciate all of you being here. Oh, yeah. And it's been a question to show. I live here in Kenai, Oregon. I'm working in Kenai and Anchorage, but I work in the land of the Dena people. Really happy to be here. My mother is from Human Lake. And my father is Botana, Dene, and also that they're learning the language. Especially chair of the Last Native Studies, and I also teach at college. And but I wouldn't say I'm a teacher anymore. They got some prime teachers now. So I say I'm working with them.
When she comes back.
Ixlita mis kursi ala I mind shoot I Helquaxis naxi. And I call on our son to come forward, and we want to share the path we've taken to become a language speaking family. He's going to speak in his language, and I'm going to interpret for him. So for my elder here, I'm going to take off my mask. He's going to find me. How's my beard? Looks good. Wife says no.
Why we are Clemmy Stewart East West part of Kins and Ages up in Twice East Chilwald Ken and Kyle.
So as I said before, my name is Pat. I'm from the Arrow Lakes people, and for half my life, I've been a speaker of my life.
But Kinsla Squimo, why Sap Ian Colquailton that Talis Naxiluk that white tea cow.
When I was a kid, the languages lost from our family was gone.
Iluti can kulus kalali in tatupo in kupsa.
Before I was born, my great grandma and great great grandma had passed away.
Us in Kikwa lutachin kailukchin.
And my grandpa didn't speak the language.
Ashley is kois tali chamengsul lut chamengs mis tilucht is chual halts chakan kailukchin.
His mom did not want him to have the hard life, have a harder time if he spoke the language.
He was like lutsus lut maestis.
And that's why she didn't teach him.
Us can hap us white chmistin kuskailu na hap lutach mistin skalu chap.
So growing up, I knew we were Indigenous people, but I didn't have a lot of our Indigenous ways.
Us kin sa mat kin appings das nak spinkt us white in kalali skoit smiths.
When I was 11 years old, then my mom's paternal great uncle passed away.
Us skoit cows tem niamili kalanikal.
And my mom went up north a bit for his funerals.
Us slightly matsui white aksui us his juts. Ahai skelt mio achin kailukchinum.
And there at the funeral, there somebody standing there and said, "This man was a speaker."
He
was a very good speaker of our Colville Okanagan Salish language. And every year we're losing those who can speak. And my mom was very surprised. She had never heard him speak our language. And they were close. Every summer she would go and to his ranch and ride horses, and that's where she learned to play the guitar. They were close. But she never heard our language. And those that stood up at the funeral said, we need speakers of our language, people to learn. And then right there, my mom was heartstruck. She's like, she agreed. She said, I'll learn our language. So she came back home and she told us that. And we're like, okie doke, we don't know nothing. Maybe that's just a straightforward thing, easy. Just like learning Spanish or anything else. And that was really not true.
Why,
so at first, my mom, she went looking for somebody who might teach her. And no one in our family spoke the language, and she didn't really know who might teach her. And a friend told her that she could learn a different language, sister language to hers.
here why eat me noisy in Spokane.
So at first she started learning Spokane Salish.
Ili mat kwenach spinkt. He school quiet.
So for a few years there, that's what she was starting to speak.
Luti he in quiet and that is not
And that's not our family's language.
No,
but it's like it.
I haha why scalahula tit Khalitsi scalo cause coolisili cause me noise in quiet.
And then on our home reservation, they put out a call for people to come and learn the language apprentices. And my mom was very excited. She was all down with that, and so she went there. And there she met up with an elder woman. And this elder was so smart and so nice. Her name was Samtitsa Sarah Peterson. She's just left us this year.
Penny cheese going to touch me this to steam.
So at that time, my mom didn't really know anything of our language, but Samtitsa really instructed her. They worked like mad women. They really worked. But it's really hard, and they weren't as successful as they'd have liked.
Is Korean steals why is highly suchmamayim to spiochen with hakinam chnishi sichmamaya spiochen.
And then my mom was looking at this situation where my dad was a Spanish teacher and his students spoke Spanish.
Kmach nax spam yatzelhal muspink durch white spiochen.
They just studied 1 hour a day, 4 years. They spoke the language, spoke Spanish. So why isn't it like that for us with our Kabul Okanagan language?
Why Samtitsa urli skoy why Juanchentum in Leo.
So Samtitsa and my mother made my dad a traditional captive. And that was the end of his Spanish speaking. So the three of them, they started making a curriculum to build a path.
Actually, Taspiochen white swipe cus to stimulate Jakan coming quest mayam.
And at first my dad was quite surprised because when you're teaching Spanish, there are thousands and thousands of resources.
Now the inco to chilks to YE.
But in our language, there are like 5 little books and that's it.
He hears that kulmal way inquanchinable, not Samtitsu, inquanchinable.
So they got to work with Samtitsa and record and record and record and record some more.
He hears why Samtitsa kulzi saad so inquanchinum, he hears he skoy suchmamai.
So Samtitsa made the recordings in the books. And then my mom took it and taught it. And me and my friend, we were the first students. guinea pigs.
Why? Kununtam kaunina.
And so, well, we started to have some results a bit.
Ihios. Samtitsa wis kulamili kaliskalahulavted.
But then Samtitsa retired from working on our reservation.
Oshi stuts chaku nyo ankaming kwan kailukchinam. Imcha kal kashiam ko.
And as she's leaving, she's saying, well, if you really want to learn the language, you got to move to Kashiam Ko, to Paul Creek.
Ihios why kinhat spent oshi kikhat spent osh why imcha in a hat.
And I was of age, I've come of age, my older sister had come of age, and so my parents moved.
Why to mistam sali chitu salush napokamischel kal kalp.
They sold their house and they stole across the border to Canada.
Osh isush kamili by siwentam ksakina kwasala isutso kamiltaman tamisla.
The border, they'd always ask, what are you guys doing? And they said, oh, visiting a friend.
Why asal spinkili kamiltam sali slach.
So they're visiting a friend for 2 years.
Asal spinkili ihiosh why unyo and kailuch.
So they're there for 2 years, and then they really started speaking the language.
Yo asli sahaisha samtitsa iskwasquasia slangiliel.
They became Samtitsa's children. They're little kids.
Ihiosh why mi penoisel with new kulsali and capital pakas.
They were managing to learn it, but they're also making a path.
His hoitens why hakinam kuchiapala guaisen yopis to me.
And it's that way, that path that we're here today to share and talk about.
Panichi why quililt is left the wheel.
And then my niece was born.
Ushtali kayamalhim hab asli why Tsauchsel niaikas and kailuchena nashis sinam himat.
So my parents were very excited, and they made this promise to only speak the language to their grandchild.
Ihiosh why es imchal yat sweet kalskachat ushili kulam sali sin mamayetin mi unyo kasan kailuchena isinan himatsel.
So they moved back to Spokane and made a little school so that they could really speak the language with their grandchild. At first, it was just 4 little girls in my auntie's basement. And just my mom was the teacher there. And they've done good. And they thought, well, okay, let's take on a few more kids. Then there was 12 kids. Then there's 20. Then there's 30. Then there were 70. And that was too many. And I went back to 50. And now everyone in our little family speaks the language. My brother-in-law from the American South speaks our language. My wife from out east speaks our language. It's very surprising, and it makes me very happy.
Ashley apana why he's not siluted why chmistimi skaluk chopped.
Because now our family knows our indigenous ways.
Why he put.
That's it. Why, lame. As he's just go so attenkel so chain Lutkin talk squeezed. Lutku quiescent them. Like I said, they call me Atten in our language. I don't have a real name. That's just what I'm called. Atten magpie. Oh, he that when I Nikana Tatkun Mama Jean Saita Atten. And so there are these elders, and they were like, "Man, you sure talk a lot. You're just like a magpie." And so that's how I got my name. It's not really a name. He said, "Oh, maybe someday I'll get a real name. They'll name me something nice." She refuses. She says, "No, you're a magpie." So I'm going to start magpieing at you right now. He looked. Not yet. But in a bit, I'm going to talk for 2 hours straight. And for me, that's just a short amount of time. But I know for other people, 2 hours is a stretch. And so right now, I need you to take a little break and prepare yourself. Drink some coffee, drink some water. Get ready to be magpied. When it's 5 till, come back here. Thank you.
I was lip reading of their language. I was your lip reading of their.
I almost get a thing almost. Just the cars. I should have let you guys keep it. How'd you go? That sound.
Yeah, well, I think my last lesson I wanted to. But anyway, so nice. All the things I do it.
Yes, like someone just told me.
I don't have it.
I can't have it. So we'll have to do things
What else?
Yeah.
We say Tuffy, you ready? Tuffy? Okay, I got you set up there. Oh, the lights. You want me to turn any lights down?
It's just a touch, but I can't say where. I looked on Zoom.
That looks good.
Oh, after one, it's going to be 30.
So this PowerPoint presentation used to be a 10-minute PowerPoint presentation. When we moved to Quick Camp Home, we're working with some pizza. we were like really kukwa there. People were like, who are they? Where'd they come from? All of a sudden, we're living with the Lower Smeltering Indian Band. And then they watched us become speakers a bit. They're like, what's going on here? They said, come tell us what you're doing. Oh, so we made a little PowerPoint to tell them, and then more and more people asked us, and there are more and more questions, and so this giant PowerPoint now, it's kind of still our story of all the things we learned while we were trying to become fluent speakers and to have our children and grandchildren be speakers. So I must say, we represent a highly critically endangered language. So Lorraine's a member of the Colville Confederated Tribes, the Arrow Lakes Band. There's 10,000 tribal members, more than 10,000 first descendants. And there are 3 first language speakers surviving in their language in the United States, all in their 80s now, eh? All in their 80s. So the degree of language loss in our area is extreme. And so our presentation really is a bit focused on that. Extremely critically endangered languages. And the reality is there's no cases on earth, 0. There are no case studies in which a language, I was going to take off my mask. Is that all right? I do want to respect you guys. I forgot. There's actually no cases where a language that is this endangered has ever been brought back to be a living language of a language culture community in which all generations are speaking the language and children are raised in the language again. It's never happened. There's no case on earth where that's ever succeeded for a language as endangered as our family's language. But then, well, that's the facts, but we say to hell with facts. We need stories. So this is our story of, in Lorraine and I's work in life, we're trying to set up the conditions that would make this impossible thing possible. So I just want to give you some background. So we're speaking a Salish language. So there's, depending on what you call a dialect, what you call a language, we like to say there's 29 Salish languages. And they're divided between Coast Salish and Interior Salish. So Coast Salish is all in Bella Coola in British Columbia, all the way down to Tillamook and Oregon, our traditional territories, all in Puget Sound on the coast, in British Columbia and Washington. Interior Salish, the southern interior, British Columbia, eastern Washington, North Idaho, and western Montana. So we're interior Salish speakers. When the Coast Salish speakers were like, I knew that word. We don't know, we can't understand each other. But in the interior, we begin to understand each other. There are 7 interior Salish languages, 3 northern interior Salish languages, 4 southern interior Salish languages. We're from the city of Spokane that sits right in the heart of the southern interior Salish cultural and linguistic area. So our school's mission focuses on those 4 southern interior Salish languages. All 4 of our southern interior Salish languages are critically endangered. In Khamchin, Wenatchee Columbian has a single surviving speaker who's 95 years old. She hasn't spoken with another first language speaker for 9 years. And there was just 2 of them for a good period before that. We're speaking Colville Okanagan, which straddles the border. My wife's people are actually from British Columbia, and we're pushed out into the south. Spokane, Kalispell. So of our language, we have maybe 3 first language surviving speakers in Washington. And then there's maybe 30 or 40 culturally active first language speakers in the Okanagan Valley, British Columbia. Spokane, Kalispell goes all the way into Montana. Kalispell, the Spokanes have a single first language surviving speaker. Kalispell's 3, and there's maybe another 15, 20 in Montana. And then our sister language, Coeur d'Alene, is a sleeping language. For 5 years ago, the first language speaker left us, the last one. So our languages are critically endangered, these 4 sister languages. I was just talking about some of this. So there's about 25,000 Southern Interior Salish people who have these 4 sister languages as their heritage language. We are experiencing the extreme language endangerment. These are the modern tribes that represent our Southern Interior Salish people: the Caldwell Confederated Tribes, Caldwell Reservation, Spokane Tribe, Kalispell Tribe, Coeur d'Alene Tribe, and then the Salish and Kalispell people on the Flathead Reservation, Montana. So Insahchin is the language we're speaking in our family. This is the key. The youngest first language speaker of Insahchin, who just grew up in those traditional ways with parents who spoke the language as first language speakers, is 65 years old. The language in our family was moribund for 95 years. Moribund meaning no children raised in the language in our family for 95 years until 14 years ago. That first grandchild that Pat was talking about is 14, going to turn 15 this spring. So, and I just want to contextualize our work, and I know you all know about all this, but this is happening all around the world. There are around 7,000 languages. Again, what's a language? What's a dialect? All around the world, and there's such pressure on so many indigenous languages all around the world. So I grew up next door to my grandma my whole life. She passed when she was 90 years old, passed home with us. And if my grandchild lives to be 90, they say half of our languages will be gone. Half of the world's languages will be gone. And that's the facts, you know. And again, to hell with facts, it's our story. We're sticking with our story, so we'll be all right. Our region in the Pacific Northwest, in British Columbia, Washington, and Oregon, is a globally recognized hotspot for indigenous languages, meaning there are many languages. And every single one of our many indigenous languages is critically endangered. When we moved in with Samtitsa and Kutyakhal, there were 2 Salish languages that had lost all their speakers. And now there are 16 that have lost all their speakers. And we didn't create new fluent speakers in that time in those languages. So it is, we're experiencing the final stages of a terrible catastrophe and working to stop it, right? So it's kind of crazy. This is from the National Science Foundation of the federal government of the United States. This is their official policy now. After centuries of genocide and colonialism and termination, now they say that we should save our languages, that they have unique insights to cultures and natural systems. And they help us understand human history, and actually the very nature of the human mind is we can learn about those things by understanding our indigenous languages. That's quite a change, that there's no budget. Yeah, the genocide was well funded. This new set of stuff, not so well funded. And this is kind of abstract, but here's our reason. So this is what drives us. Language is the foundation of cultural identity. Your language is how you express who you are. And our cultural identity is the foundation of our happiness and our ability to create beauty. And I use beauty in a very broad sense. My grandchildren there, how can I make their life beautiful? Right? How can I have them learn to struggle and fight and make beauty and be happy? That's what we're after. Here's a picture of those words. There's our 5 grandchildren in a field of camas. And camas was the huge part of the diet and way of life, and it was produced by women. So our Salish culture is very, very strong women. As you saw, they don't even introduce their husband. This is it. They're all modern people, but they all have the language. They all understand the food and the land. This is in the south end of our territory. It's very dry. And they also know how to go up into the north end of our territories. It's a rainforest. And they understand our land and our foods and how to be respectful and how to take care of each other.
Lucky they're all girls.
Wow. My only grandson.
Oh.
The baby, Wita, the baby boy. You've come all this way. People have joined us on. There's lots of people on Zoom. We know that this is so important. We want to center that. So we're going to share our story, our failures, what we've learned, what we've tried, how we've got to our moment. We have a lot of work in front of us. So this is, here's our story. So we did and continue to do lots of things wrong. And we have wasted a lot of time and money and energy. We have. And as we've gone through that process, we discovered a helper. I'll look back. This guy, the late Joshua Fishman, and some of you may have heard of him if you're working in Indigenous language revitalization. He was a sociolinguist, academic, but he had his heart in this because his parents were Yiddish speakers. His family suffered in the Holocaust in Europe, came to the Americas as refugees, and of course, went through language shift, losing their language, kids not speaking their language. And he went around the world to study that. If that's what we really want to do, is there a case where that happened? Is there a case where somebody wanted that and succeeded? And if there is, how'd they do it? And I remember we discovered his book. We've been at Samtitsas. We're in our 2nd year living at Samtitsas. Always struggling, trying to find a way forward. How can we do this? And we come across his book somehow. And I know it was in the winter. I know it was in the winter because Lorraine was in winter dance. She was in ceremony and I didn't go. And they stuck me in a cabin up at Twin Lakes. There's a ton of snow, more snow than out there. And I read that whole book in a weekend. It's just like, oh my gosh, here's all the things we did wrong, all documented in a book. All our mistakes. Yeah, we did that mistake too. It was very, it was amazing. It was just like finding a helper, like, yes, these things that you did wrong, you had to learn from. Yeah, a lot of people have done that. So, and then the things we were doing right, like, hey, we figured that out too. And it was very gratifying. Oh boy. So his book had, one of the big takeaways of his book that has informed a lot of communities is his GIDS, G-I-D-S, the Graded Intergenerational Disruption Scale. And the kernel of the truth here is that we know when we quit raising our kids in the language, when forces come in and break that, intentionally or not intentionally, that's when the trouble starts, right? So intergenerational disruption. This is the key. And it was amazing to see Emic lay it all out and do case study after case study. How does this happen? And if you want to reverse that, reverse language shift. So intergenerational disruption, intergenerational restoration, right? How can we do this? His GIDS gives us this 8-point scale. And the interesting thing is we don't need to worry about this. It was a great point that we took from Dr. Fishman is almost all of the 7,000 languages spoken on earth today are stage 6 languages. Like this is somehow like ordered for importance. Like a stage 1 language is the great dominant language, you know, like English. But That's not how most of the world's languages are. All of this stuff it's a different way. Most human languages are in a stage 6, meaning there is a language culture community. And that language culture community raises its kids in the language. All the generations speak the language and carry out their cultural and ceremonial life together. That's normal. And for us, that's the Holy Grail. If we had, can we make that possible, right? Our language is stage 7, becoming stage 8. In the United States, our language is stage 8. Because we have those Canadian speakers, we might be stage 7. But in Fishman's lesson is, unless you understand how endangered your language is, you'll make a lot of mistakes and waste a lot of time and money. Because the things that languages down here do are not the things that languages up here should do. Right? If we're doing things that would serve a stage 5, 6, 3 language, but we're a 6 or 7 language, we will fail. And our speakers will leave us behind without the language. So we really, we had learned these things through experience by failing, by trying and failing, and there's a lot of fighting, and the language is so powerful. But power, you know how power can go one way or the other. That's how it can go. So there's a lot of pain. And so we had to get real about, where are we really at here? So this is the language our family speaks, Kabul Okanagan. Our Kalispell's with us there, Kootenai, a non-Salish language, it's our neighbor, kind of there. But Spokane, Wenatchee, Columbia, and just barely hanging on, and they have barely any apprentices who can do very much. And Coeur d'Alene passed with no advanced apprentices ever came forward, and all the first language speakers have passed. Right? And we have to kind of not fake ourselves out, or we have to get real about where are we really at. If somebody's been working to become fluent for 25 years and they're not, time to change horses, kind of thing. So we recognize, like, if you're stage 8 and this is Fishman's teaching, and through our own experience, like, okay, focus on reconstructing the language and creating some new fluent speakers. Somebody here talked about they're working on a sleeping language, If stage 8 means you still have someone to ask, and the power and the wealth of that is unimaginable until when you really lose that and you realize, oh, we only have the answers to the questions that were already asked. No new questions. Focus on reconstructing the language, record those elders speaking about cultural topics, and create a reliable fluency transfer system. A fluency transfer system where people can be given the language and be highly fluent and connected culturally. Going down to a less endangered language, stage 7, there's still some culture active speakers. Young people aren't speaking, children aren't raised in the language. Still focus on creating new fluent speakers at childbearing age. Connect them with first language elders. Empower new speakers to raise their children language. Work to bring fluent speakers together in a language culture community. We have to be clear about where our language is at and what are effective strategies if we're going to bring it back. Right? And that was to discover Fishman and just like, oh my gosh, all the things we've been struggling with, all the ideas, all the stuff we've been going through, to have somebody lay it out with all these case studies from North America, from Europe, from Australia, the Pacific. Here's communities that tried to bring their language back. Here's what worked. Here's what didn't work. Understanding really where you're at, being honest about where you're really at, and then, okay, that's where we're at. Now, these are the things that work. Let's do those. Let's spend our time and money on those. And we we ourselves spent so much time and effort, and our elders' time and effort engaging in things that didn't work. And then reading Fishman, I'm like, yep, don't do this. Yeah, we did that. Don't do that. Yeah, we did that. Part of that learning process, right? There's a list of things right here that we commonly do to help our languages. And at Salish School of Spokane, we are doing almost all of these. Okay. But the lesson from Joshua Fishman and from our own experience is, if you have a critically endangered language like we have, if any of these are your primary language revitalization strategy, then your language is going to die without new speakers. These things are not bad things to do. And again, we're doing a lot of them right now. But if these things are your primary language revitalization strategy, and you have a critically endangered language like we have, then it is almost certain that you will fail. And there's a tremendous amount of scholarship and evidence and case studies, and we've seen it, and we've felt the pain in our hearts, and we've watched it in our communities. Good people, hardworking people, beautiful people who did everything they could, and yet no new speakers, no new highly fluent new speakers who are culturally connected. It's happened so many times. So a lot of people say children will save the language. Our kids will save the language. Like, what? How does this sound? Our kids will restore the environment. Our kids will clean up the pollution. What? Our kids will end domestic violence in our community. Why are you putting that on them? They can't do that. They're children. Yeah, it's the same with the language. Our kids aren't going to save our language. It is not their job. It is our job, right? We have to be real about what works and what doesn't work. If these are your primary language revitalization strategies and you're a stage 7 or stage 8 language, failure is virtually guaranteed, but it doesn't need to be that way. And like I said, now we have a radio show now. I used to say we don't have a radio show, but now I'm like, yeah, we have Sales Word of the Day on the radio now. So we're doing all these things, but they are not our primary language revitalization strategy. These are all good things. These are all good things to help the people, help our communities. But these things don't work as primary language revitalization strategies for critically endangered languages communities. They just don't. And so many communities have done these very things. And then they're like our colleagues, our sisters and brothers in Coeur d'Alene, who have no advanced fluent speakers and have no first language speakers either. So, So here's our big takeaway from reading Joshua Fishman's book, Reversing Language Shift, understanding his GIDS, his graded intergenerational disruption scale, and understanding what he was telling us about. You have to be honest with yourself, where your community is, make a true and honest assessment of what's going on, and then choose strategies that match that and will work, that will be successful, so that our kids and grandkids will grow up in the language and culture again. And that is what I'm doing, empowering people to raise their children in language again, intergenerational. The bad thing is intergenerational disruption. The good thing is intergenerational restoration, right? And that means raising kids in the language, raising kids in the culture. Right? This is interesting. I just added this. This is the newest slide in this presentation. It was added this fall because my heritage language is Irish, which has been a very endangered language at times. About 8% of the population of Ireland, 6 million people, speaks Irish in their daily lives. Many of my people came as refugees, starved out, language taken, salmon rivers destroyed, right? Driven out of the land. So I've made our first book of our curriculum and fluency transfer system in Irish. And I must say, it's a lot easier than in my wife's language. We have this triple challenge in our critically endangered Indigenous languages. We have to fully document the language, develop the full scope of the language corpus, the body of the language. Every piece of wisdom and understanding and interaction that goes to the language, we have to come to understand that if we're going to become real speakers of the language, right? And we have to document that so that it's available to everybody who's hungry for it. Even if they've lost the language from their family, they're welcome to come and they can have access to that knowledge and wisdom. Then we have to figure out a way, once the language is there in a person or and it's been documented, how do we put that into somebody else's heart and mind? And then how can we rebuild our communities when the railroad destroyed it? When all of our salmon rivers are dammed and the fish can no longer come? How can we rebuild a language culture community so that we have the full understanding of the language and a way to pass it from one to another, and that we can come together in a language culture community with our kids to grow up in that kind of situation? The triple challenge. You know, in Ireland, there's Wikipedia in Irish. It's like, man, imagine you go to Wikipedia in your language. It's like, huh? So I was like, oh, this is a lot easier. It's a hard language for me, but wow, this triple challenge we face, we have to be honest about it. The kind of work that we have to get done to succeed. So when I talked about Fishman's stage 8 and stage 7, appropriate responses, it said fluency transfer system. We have to have an effective fluency transfer system. So what is a fluency transfer system? It is a stable, replicable, and predictable set of behaviors and settings that reliably produce highly fluent language speakers. Behaviors, settings. It's stable, meaning it's there and it will be there tomorrow and it'll be there in 10 years. Hopefully it'll be there in 100 years. It's replicable. You're doing it in your village, we could do it in our village. Just the dialect, adjust the language. And there's that system. It's predictable. Well, I hope someday they get fluent. That's a sign of unpredictability. At our school, we hire a new teacher. They don't know anything. And then they enter our program and they're in our daily intensive Salish language training program. And they go into our immersion classrooms, turn off English, speak as much as they can. And then in 4 years, we have a fluent Salish teacher. And it's clockwork. And we know exactly where they are at every moment. Oh, they're on story 6, level 2, chapter stories. Oh, okay, yeah, that's about, it's a system. We know exactly where it's predictable. Full time, we can make a fluent speaker in 1 year. If they're doing it through our little school program where they have 90 minutes of language a day and then they're in the classroom, it takes us 4 years. That's the longest it ever takes, ever. And we can do it much faster when we need to, right? A fluency transfer system is based on people speaking the language to each other and learning to communicate and live in the language. We're not learning about the language. We are living the language. It may or may not include a curriculum. Ours does, because our language is so critically endangered. Our curriculum is sequential, recorded, or written language learning materials, right? It always has the goal, a fluency transfer system. The goal is always new fluent speakers, right? Not fluent describers of word morphology. Speakers who live the language. Connecting new speakers with fluent elders, fluent cultural knowledge keepers, and to reform our language culture community. Oh. So, this is a model question. Is TPR a fluency transfer system? No. teaching methods aren't fluency transfer systems. In our neck of the woods, there's a lot of time and money. A lot of our fluent elders' time and money is involved in trainings for Indigenous language communities on teaching methodology, language acquisition teaching methodologies, like TPR, TPRS, total physical response storytelling, accelerated second language acquisition method. Dr. Graymore now. Where are my keys? Oh, they're doing good with that. And Squamish, natural approach, audiolingual approach, et cetera, et cetera. They're not fluency transfer systems. Okay. And the reason they're not is because they are empty. None of your language and culture is in any of those. Our brothers and sisters in Montana are like, we're going to use where are my keys? We're gonna bring back Kootenai with where are my keys? But where are my keys doesn't contain any Kootenai language or culture. It's a teaching methodology where if a person has the language and culture, they can use that methodology to transmit their knowledge to others. But it's not a fluency transfer system because it doesn't have any Kootenai or culture or language in it, or any of anyone's language or culture in it. They're empty. And the problem is, in our critically endangered language communities, we need that permanent, reliable, stable fluency transfer system that is full of the language and culture to be established, and that so that people can come to that and they can become fluent and culturally connected. But teaching methods aren't that. They're another thing. And again, they're all good. These are all good things. But we have to understand what they are. They're not a fluency transfer system. They're empty. They don't have your language and culture in them. Oh. Okay, so this is a slide. It's funny, I remember where these slides come from. We were working with Tsumina's First Nation on Vancouver Island, Hokumenum speakers. And we were trying to talk about the difference between teaching methodologies and then a fluency transfer system. So here's the little metaphor. So, okay, there's our elder. She's in the promised land. We always picture it as this just amazing little bay with the most beautiful beach, and just beautiful woods backing it up. Everything you need is there. It's nirvana. It's heaven. It's the language, the culture, and the land, and the people, all one, just all, what do we say, Jamil, all whole, just beautiful there. And here I am, I want to learn my language. I want to be fluent. I want to bring my kids back up in the language. And I know this place exists. I know my elder is there. And we're not being too mystical, so I can talk to her on the phone, and she's telling me everything that's there in this perfect place, where all of the Temu, all of the Temhulau, it's all just together, whole, just healthy, beautiful. The language, the culture. I want to get there. Okay, so there's my elder in this beautiful place, nirvana, heaven, the ultimate place. And I'm over here. I'm in downtown Spokane. I'm at the Apple store trying to get a power cord. And I want to get there. Okay. So along comes somebody who says, I have the perfect vehicle that will get you from here to there. I'm on my phone. Okay, Auntie, I'm coming. I'm coming. The car salesman is going to fix me up with this Hummer. It's blue, it's 4-wheel drive. It's got an amazing sound system. It's got GPS. It's got everything. It's gassed up. We're ready to go. This is the vehicle that will get me to you. So I've got my vehicle and I get in there and I head off for the promised land. And I start heading up into the hills in my amazing vehicle. And then I'm up there and then I actually don't know where I'm going. I actually don't know the way. But I go and I drive around and I see some things and okay, this road goes there. But ultimately, I just kind of, I can't find a pass to get over the mountains. I head back, but I learned a bit there, right? I saw some, I found my way. I made it way up high. I feel like I was almost to a pass, but I never found a pass. I had to go back. This is no good. This Hummer in blue, no good. A new salesperson comes and they've got a big yellow one, way better, latest model, self-driving, hybrid electric. This is what will get you there. All right, I buy that. I invest in that. All right, now I'm gonna head out. Now I know some things. Because I wandered around there, right? Like, okay, I remember. I went up there, and when I took that left, I looked, and I never found a pass. I'll take a right. Oh man, it looks like, yeah, there's a pass here. I get to the top. I'm like, oh, it's another valley, and there's more mountains, and there's the river, but that's not okay. Well, let's go down. Let's go down. I wander around. I take some route. I'm like, gotta find a place to cross the river. I drive up and down, learn some things, and what? Can't find a place to cross the river. All right, I'm gonna head back, go back across the mountains, come back. That yellow one's no good. But look at that red one. Really good. Right, it's dualies in back. It's got everything. Heated leather seats. My wife and I, they have the heated seats. All right. It's got everything. I get in. Now, I know some things, don't I? I know how to get up. I go right, not left, take the pass, go down. I'm like, okay, I never did find a cross. I'm gonna head up. I'm gonna head up river, see if I can find a place to cross. And I'm learning some things. I'm seeing a lot of country. And I found a place. It's shallow. I gotta cross the river. Now I gotta find a way up this next side. And then, we have some learners in our country who've done this, who over 20 years just wandered around in the wilderness, learning as they went, finding trails they could take. And they eventually got there. Well, by the time they get there, you say, you call them up, you say, how'd you get there? And they're like, oh man, I don't even know. I wandered all over the place. It's amazing though, you should see it. I'm here with Auntie, we're speaking the language. It's just beautiful. I've never felt more connected. I didn't even know I was missing half of myself until I got here. You should join us. You should go to the car lot, see if you can get something. I'm like, oh my gosh. See, the problem is it takes too long and we can never follow them. So my boss made a decision early. When she started wandering like that, she learned a sister language and she connected. But when Sam Pizza said, okay, if you're serious, come home with me. We had a choice. Just get ourselves fluent. Tan hides, pick, gather, work with her, help her take care of her family. We would become fluent. But we would just be another wanderer in the wilderness, right? So early on, she said, no, we're going to go slower and we're going to mark this trail. If you're just going, something's after you, you can just go. But if you need other people to follow and get there, you got to mark the trail. So we made a conscious decision to mark the trail. And instead of investing in cars and buying the latest car, our work was to make a cartograph, which is a map. So that if we got there, we didn't know if we'd get there, but if we got there, there'd be a trail that others could follow. And so the cartograph isn't the latest model. It isn't the latest thing like, oh, the Salish School's coming. They're going to teach us the latest thing. And we'll just go home and teach that for a few days and then burn out and not do it anymore. And then we'll wait for the next guru to teach us the newest thing that we all do, Those are the cars, the flavor of the week. And don't get me wrong, the teaching methods I listed, TPRS, and wearing my keys, these are good. I listed all the ones that work and that we use. But they're not a fluency transfer system. they're a car, not the cartograph. The cartograph is, okay, I'm on the horn with Auntie. And as I start out, I say, what's that? What's that? Hey, do I go left or right here? Well, tell me about it. What's it look like? Okay, yeah, take a right there. And then everything I'm seeing, everything I'm discovering as I make my way, I have that direct connection with my elder. Now, she is not where I am at. Our fluent knowledge keepers and elders are not where we are at. And kind of where we're at is not understandable to them in some ways either. Like, I don't know how to get there. I don't know how to come to that perfect place again. And our speakers don't understand like where we're at and what we are doing, how we've grown up. It's all pretty odd as well. But when we're connected and we're talking during this journey, then we have the advice at every turn. Not only that, not just the way to go, but what's that? How's that work? Who's that? Something just flew by. What's that? Oh yeah, that's that. That's that. And when I'm making my cartograph, I document all that. Say that again, Auntie. I'm recording. Oh yeah, that bird that flew that way. That was that. That's what that means. That's where it comes from. It's here now, then it's going to go, and it's going to come back. Every plant, every tree, every feature, as I'm making my journey, my guided journey, and I'm documenting that guided journey. Okay, I'm to the river. Yeah, you can ford it. Go upstream. Go upstream until you see this. Okay, what's it look like? How's that work? Okay. And what I'm really talking about, I'm talking about every part of the language and culture. The nature of this plant, the nature of this animal, the nature of this land, a proper way to conduct ourselves around these things. And not just how to get there, but how to get there properly and with understanding everything around you. So I'm on the phone with Auntie, metaphorically, and I'm being guided. What's this? What's that? How do I go here? How do I go there? Oh, there's a tree down. Is there another way to go? Oh, yeah, there's another way to go. You can do this. You can do that. Documenting. I'm recording it. Documenting, recording it. I'm taking across the river. The next set of mountains is like, now, Auntie's like, well, the pass is actually north of where I'm at. So you're going to want to head north. And we can document this. How's the way to go? What am I seeing? Every critter, everything that's happening. What's going on with the weather? Is this the right time to be traveling? You better camp. Stop. Let's stop and work right here. You need to understand all of this before you come to the next stage. Okay, now you're ready. Now I'll take you across. I get across those last mountains. Then I'm brought down along the shore. And then here I am arriving to camp in that perfect place. Oh, it's all the language, all the culture. I'm there. And I have my cartograph that I've built as I came. And now whoever wants to come takes this cartograph. They have this map. They can follow it. Right? And it has all of those teachings, all of those explanations, all of those lectures. It has the full richness of the language, every aspect of it, connected to proper ways to act and be while we're in the language. And it's all documented. That's what we're talking about when we talk about a language teaching method versus a fluency transfer system. Oh. So our experience is that when critically endangered language communities create fluency transfer systems that document the rich cultural landscape of their language, that's what gives us that strong foundation for success. Why, Kuchikich? You've arrived. Press. When we put our energy and resources into the car instead of the cartograph, we get trapped in a cycle of community language services. Community language services is a word that was taught to us by our partners on the Grand Ronde Reservation in Oregon, a very amazing place where all of their indigenous languages from more than 18 different languages all went extinct. All of them. Some Salish language, some other languages. But they did shift to Chinook Wawa. The Chinook trade language became their language when all of them were shoved together on a reservation. And they almost lost that, but they didn't. They figured out how to build a fluency transfer system and hold on to it. So this is one of the major points of tension in our communities. The desire for language revitalization, and the whole world is organized around community language services. And they're just not the same thing. Language revitalization is mindful. Where are we at? How endangered is our language? And that we understand the end goal of everything we do is we're rebuilding our language culture community in which all generations speak our language and practice our culture and ceremony together in a community. Community language services are always short-term. We have funding. We have funding to do this. We have funding to do that. The school district's giving us a budget to do this. We'll do it, and then when the funding ends, what we're doing ends up. But what we're all hungry for is language revitalization. This is our experience. Language revitalization work is relational. You have to enter into relationships with other people. And that's work. And yeah, we have to put up with each other, right? But by doing that, it builds community. When we're doing language revitalization, it actually brings us together. We have to form communities to have successful language revitalization work. And it actually can yield new advanced fluent speakers who are living the language. And we learn the language, not just learning about it. And language revitalization work is bound and inclusive. I want to talk about bound and inclusive. Boundaries. When we're doing effective language revitalization work, we have to set boundaries or it breaks, right? So at our school, families cannot have their children at our school unless they agree as parents to be language learners. And it's very, very difficult for us to do that. And none of our tribal, like we're an independent nonprofit, none of our tribal partners can do it because the family that doesn't go to language class and then their kid is going to get kicked out of school, they just go to council and say they're kicking my kid out. And council says, you can't kick our kids out of school. They need our language and culture. Right? But kids learning language when the parents aren't learning has never worked. There are 0 cases on earth where children were sent to school to learn an indigenous language, a critically endangered indigenous language, and then that language was saved by those children going to that. It just doesn't happen. It's never happened. It's when families, intergenerational connections are reestablished. That's when it happens. So we have to set boundaries. And that's just one example of our school. And it's very hard. And we just get pounded all the time that we're horrible people because we won't let a child continue in our school or into our school if the parents aren't a language learner. And it breaks our heart when they have to leave. Like the bosses over there having PTSD because they're our grandchildren. It takes about a week and we think they're our own grandchildren. We love them. But if their parents won't come to class and won't use the language, the child can't continue at our school. And it tears us apart. And then we do it anyway because we really want it to work. We want it to be successful. That's about boundaries. Now, it's inclusive. Here's the other crazy thing about our school. Any parents who want to learn, who are willing to learn and make the commitment, they can have their kid in our school. Well, I'm not a tribal member. Yeah. Well, my husband is Native, but I'm not. And yeah, everybody's in if you are committed to the work of becoming fluent, raising your kids in the language, speaking the language, engaging in our culture and ceremonies. They even let me in. And that's bound and inclusive, meaning we're strict about the boundaries. We have to maintain protocols around our language if we're going to save it. And then we're called to be as inclusive as possible. You guys just made me a little like, what an awesome teacher. This apprentice is standing up, and I don't know for you, but when I first stood up in a group and I was speaking the language, I was shaking in my boots. And Sam Pizza made me. It's like, why? Your coasting is done. Stand up. I was like, ugh. But she was like, your mentor. Yes, yes. Reaffirming. Yes, you're doing good. Keep it up. We want to be inclusive. Everybody in, right? There was a time, Sinai's people were so strong before this, some of these modern tragedies. Of course, anybody who came, yeah. Oh, you're willing to work? You're willing to do your part? You're willing to speak? You respect our ways? Come on down. You're the next contestant, right? You're not willing to do that? Shh. You're out. Keep going. Move on. Community language services are generally not relational. They're transactional. I sign up for class. I go at 6. I don't need to know nobody. And nobody can tell me to come at 5 if the class is at 6. And when it's 7, I have to go. And the teacher's paid and the student, you know, and we tend to, the activities tend to be isolated. Well, I've been going to night class every Thursday for 18 years. I know all my numbers, colors, animals, and I know 3 prayers, and let me sing you this song. That is not what we're after. And there's nothing bad about any of that. But that's not what we're after. That's not a language culture community, right? When we're doing community language services, we rarely train advanced culturally connected fluent speakers. There usually is a intermediate ceiling. And there's lots of beginneritis with our numbers, colors, animals, our TPR commands, our prayer, our speech, and our 3 songs. And language services tend to be unbound, but strangely exclusive. Like, yeah, everyone can come to class, and then people come to class and they're on their phone. And that's not how my grandma said it. They interrupt the teacher. That's not how my grandma said it. I don't know. What are you? Where did you learn? It's like there's a fundamental lack of boundaries. I gotta go. 80 people day 1. 10 weeks later, there's 4 people. There's a lack of boundaries. And it claims to be inclusive, but then it's not. Like, oh yeah, I moved there and I did grow up with my grandma. I know our language, but they won't let me teach. I don't know why I applied, but they never hire anybody from my family. What's going on here, right? There's actually all kinds of little pecking orders. It actually ends up being quite exclusive. Who should be in? Why is that? Why is her Suyapi husband sitting in with that? Why is he presenting at that group? What's going on around here? You know? Our language revitalization work is bound. We have protocols. And funny, it seems like community language services would be, it's unbound, but then we don't get anything done because it's unbound. And then we think it's everybody's welcome, but then there's all these secret pecking orders and questions, right? In language revitalization work, there are strong language domains. There are places where the language rules, where you don't get to speak English. We're being strict with our granddaughters here, like, because, you know, it's the modern world and they're modern people. But we said, when we go there, you have to speak in the language. They know that you speak your language. Don't be speaking English in there. You know, we have to have those language domains. And language domain is sometimes a place. Our colleagues in Hawaii, man, they get to the threshold at their school and they have a little ceremony every day for every kid. I'm going to enter here. I'm going to speak my language. I'm going to honor our ways and our ancestors. And then English is done. It's a place. For my wife and I, it was not a place, it was a person. Our grandchild, our first grandchild. And we decided, she made us, only speak Salish to her. And we were only like intermediate speakers, but we're only going to speak Salish to this child. And now all of our grandchildren, we only speak Salish to them. They'll answer us in English or whatever. And people are, our own daughter, we, hey, Dad, you want to go? It's like, it's like our daughter probably understands as well as our, but our domain was that child. I got so that anytime I spoke English to a child, I felt guilty. Like, I'm not supposed to speak any English to children. Kids in Safeway, why did we keki? And I was like, oh, you don't speak Salish. That was our domain. We're going to speak the language of this child. We'll never speak English to her. We did start speaking English to her when she was 14 and she had gone through her coming of age ceremony. But before then, we never, ever, like we've said 25 sentences to her in English in 14 years. So she would have that. Domains of language, strong intergenerational use and transmission. That's the focus of language revitalization work, right? Community services, everybody can just go to class, whatever. But we want to make these connections. Language revitalization work ends up being transcendental and transformative, meaning transcendental, it will take you beyond this moment. And you will feel connections that you didn't even know you were missing. And it's transformational because you think you know who you are, but then you start living your life through this language, and suddenly, like her sister said, she's kind of pissed after a year. This was a trick. This learning the language is messing with my marriage. It's changing things. It's messing things up. And older sister's like, yes, yes, it is. Yes. Little sister's like, oh, it changes us. It changes the way we're thinking, what we're valuing, the way we're relating to people, right? In a good way, because it undermines toxic nostalgia. Toxic nostalgia, our friend. I don't know where I think in a conversation with our partner, Sulus too, Barry Moses of the Spokane tribe, we had to name this thing that was pounding us into the ground over and over. Toxic nostalgia. For me, toxic nostalgia is in that question. Or that statement. My grandma never had a word for TV. To me, that's just like the ultimate toxic nostalgia, because nobody's grandma had a word for TV. TV was invented in my grandparents didn't have a TV till 1965. Like they didn't have a word for TV. Nobody had a word for TV. But if we unpack that question, what it's really saying is what you're doing is not legitimate. The words you're using are not legitimate. Your method of teaching is not legitimate. The other one for me is like, this has happened to us many times. And you wouldn't think it could be possible. They say, that's not how my grandma said it. And we're trying to be, oh, tell us, how does she say it? Let's add that. Oh, I don't know. I don't speak language. What? You know that's not the way she said it, but you don't know what she said and you don't speak the language? Yeah. I just know you're wrong. What now? And what they're saying is you need to stop. What you're doing threatens things as they are. Older sister says, yeah. Right? Yeah. So there's so much power in the language, right? And it can, it's like the Force in Star Wars. There's the dark and the light side. You can use that power to bludgeon people and keep them down, or you can use it to make something beautiful for your kids and grandkids in the community, right? When we get at language revitalization work, it's like our good friend Cheney Bell on the Flathead Reservation, Montana. He came up with the ultimate response, and he's a good person. This person just going at him, going at us. And he said, you know what? What you're saying, it may be true. And I'm prepared to follow your instructions about that. But only once we're having that conversation in our language. Ooh. Ooh. In other words, I honor our history. I honor where our people are at. There is truth in what you're saying. But only if we commit to our language and culture and we bring that question forward in our language, can it ever be correctly answered. That is the end of toxic nostalgia, right? That's us in community, in relationship, going through these hard questions and this healing process together. That's language revitalization. Like, yes, but we have to do it in our language. So let's bring our language back and then let's get at these questions. Our community language services can preserve these things. They don't really help us get at it. They're just a little too ephemeral, a little too shallow, a little too temporary, right? They allow that kind of, those hard, ugly things to be perpetuated. Oh. So successful language revitalization is relational and requires community. Suddenly you're going to speak, I'm going to speak my language. Yeah, to who? Oh, yeah, who am I going to be talking with? Who is it okay to talk to? You know, how is this going to work? And when we do it, we have to build a system of care, because one of our biggest things we came to understand is that people who are still struggling with these legacies of genocide and colonialism and discrimination, they have a very hard time committing to language revitalization because they have issues with housing and legal and addiction and custody court and on and on and on and on. So language revitalization work is community building work. So we have to build a fluency transfer system, and then we have to put into that a system of care, of taking care of each other, right? So that people can have that space to learn the language and return to the culture, right? And so this is something we learned with our school. Like, wow, people can't, these parents do want to have the commitment to language, but they have these issues going on. It's like, wow, we have to do everything we can to help them keep their kids in school, be able to have a house, right? And get services when they're struggling. And we just have to give a lot of rides, and we have to sit with people in the hospital and whatnot. But that also builds our language revitalization, right? It powers our language revitalization. People know they're going to be cared for, that we're going to do that through the language and culture. The Salish Fluency Transfer System and Curriculum Project. This is our strategy for our stage 8 and stage 7 languages, our Southern Interior Salish languages. We're seeking to reconstruct the language. We're going to use it to create new, advanced, fluent apprentice speakers. And we're going to connect with our surviving elders and fluent knowledge keepers, right? And then use this to bring the parents and families into fluency, into community, in the culture. So our fluency transfer system is a 3-legged stool. The reason we use this model of a 3-legged stool is because when a 3-legged stool is missing a leg, it falls over. So you got to have all 3. So our fluency transfer system, we have a Salish curriculum that's taught by apprentice speakers. Our fluent speakers, we have so few, they've never been teachers of this curriculum. They're the ones who are giving us the knowledge and information to build it. That great cartograph, that is our curriculum. Recordings, transcriptions of those recordings. And as we begin to learn, if we get our first level of proficiency, then we want to engage in cultural immersion with our fluent elders and speakers. So we want to be in the bush. We want to be collecting our traditional foods, medicines, in ceremony, having a sweat. And then we have to turn off English in some domain of our lives. I call number 3 the praset rule. our good friend, our sister, Crasette, she had been studying with us for 2 years. And she walked into Samtitsa's kitchen, morning. And I kind of freaked out. It's like 2 years, but you still don't turn off English. You'll never be a speaker. Don't come in and say good morning. Say has kukwas. Say why kinch kich. Say anything but English good morning. And she now back, she now claims I did that only on the second day she's learning. And no one backs me up. But it was 2 years, I swear. But we have to turn it off. And this is the problem, right? We all have our sophisticated selves that if we've been living in English, that's how we express who we are. And we change to a language you don't know well, we have to surrender that self. All my smarts and all my character, I can't be me because I don't know enough language. So we have to make that jump in some part of our lives. And it's hard and it's exhausting. Our new learners are always like, all I did was sit here and do language. I feel like I just dug a ditch. They're so exhausted after a 2-hour lesson, immersion lesson. You know, it's like, it's work. And to really stick to that, I'm going to pick this, either this person in my life, or when I go to this place, I'm going to turn off English. I'm going to surrender my amazing self. And I'm going to be my dumb self who can't hardly say anything. But I'm not dumb, but we just have to believe in the process. Believe that we're going to get to the end, that we'll remake ourselves in the language and we'll become another sophisticated and beautiful personality. But it's a little different one than the one we let go of. But it's hard. And yet it never works unless you do this. There's people who studied the language for 20 years. I read and write. Somebody said it. I read and write and I understand, but I just don't. And it's usually that. It's not because we aren't working our tails off and we want it, but we sometimes lack that domain. Where is that spot where I'm going to turn off English and then my community care is going to take care of me while I surrender my old self and I come up in this new self, right? A system of care to protect and honor me while I'm doing that. But then I have to turn off English with someone or something somewhere in my life, right? There are my bosses. So this is the goal, right? Our fluency transfer system, the whole purpose of it is for us young people, us apprentice speakers, to take responsibility for our own learning, to push ourselves to fluency so that now we can have our education begin in the language, right? In the winter dance, in the winter dance hall, in the sweat, in the bush, on the mountain, with fluent elders. And they're not worried about whether I know the word for tree or rock, or I know how to say, a transitive sentence like, did you guys help them with it, right? Are they going to be helping you guys on purpose with this animate or inanimate object? We know it. We know all that. So now they just get to focus on real life, the true culture, the true connection to the land, to the critters, right? It's our job to use a system like this to become fluent and then begin our education. So our Salish curriculum project is a comprehensive sequence curriculum. It has audio recordings, textbook, worksheets, teaching materials, and it's designed to take somebody who knows not one word, make them a fluent speaker. That's our grant. our first back in the day. She's 14 now. Plays the electric guitar. Our formal curriculum breaks down into its core that we built with Samtitsa is 3 levels. And at each level, there's a language book and then a literature book. Stories are big in Salish culture, right? So they have to be big in our fluency transfer system. These are just the names of the books. So we've built each one of these levels and books in different. So this is Colville Kananga Salish. This is Kalispell Spokane Salish. This is Wenatchee Columbian Salish. So we built the books in different languages. Our first book has been translated in like 20 indigenous languages now, because you know the flavor of the week, the guru comes through, and then you're like, oh, that was really great. Then you make book 1, and then you, what in this, and then it goes on the shelf with all the rest of the guru materials, right? So our first book represents about 5% of the curriculum, but it's doable, and you can't take the last step unless you take the first step. You know, this system we give to any indigenous language community who wants to use it. We provide English templates, and we'll help if we can. If you want to use this, everyone's welcome to it. We don't sell it. Samtitsa says we give it to everyone. Oh, so in red are these crazy number statements, because we would say, how long does it take to become fluent in your language? And people are like, oh, 10 years, 50, a lifetime, 9 years, you know, but our answer is like 1 year. It takes 1 year. You know, the United States runs the Defense Language Institute through the Armed Services of the United States. They train fluent speakers of languages to go around the world and do what the Army does. You know how long it takes them to become fluent? 6 months. Yeah. 6 months to make a program, and in 1 year you're fluent, and you're speaking Tajik or Uyghur or things, you know, uncommon languages that are supposedly hard languages, right? This is just a human endeavor. They're not magic. It's not magic. It's a human creative endeavor, and we can do that too. So we have built this, our system that we built with Samtitsa. I didn't know the language when I was building it with her. You know, we just would sit there. It's like sometimes we were like 2 ships past, like what? We recorded, we said, we need to know how to smoke. How do you say to smoke? And she gives us this word, and we make the lesson, and Larry stands up and is teaching it, and a guy walks in and goes, you guys are idiots. Because the word she gave us was to smoke a hide. We've been tanning hides with her at the same time. And so we were like, I'm smoking. And these people were like, you are idiots. This is going nowhere. I'm never coming back. And we were like, oh, whoops. Hey, Samtitsa, what's the word to smoke cigarettes? And she's like, oh, it's this. And we record it. And then the next day, Larry stood up and taught that. And we're fine. None of us has ever said, I'm smoking a hide. Right? Because we were in this conversation, Lorraine and I, with her, and like, she trusted us, but she didn't really quite know what we were doing. And we also didn't understand what she was saying. We didn't know the language. We learned it as we built it. Pat likes to say, yeah, she took a sewing machine, a bunch of fabric and string, and threw us out of the plane and said, sew a parachute. Start sewing before we hit the ground. We're still falling. It's okay. Like, we got enough material that's slowing us down. We're not, and yet with all of that, we built this system, right? And if you just study this full time for 1 year, you're a fluent speaker, meaning you could then go right to a fluent elder and go right to salmon fishing, and you can talk about it. You know what they're saying, and you can learn. You're ready to learn. Right? So our level 1 has a language book and a literature book. The point is, it takes a communicative approach if you're into language teaching methodologies and approaches. It's focused on communication. And basically it came down to our dialogue. She's like, I'm gonna learn my language. And then she comes on, oh, it's so nobody, like, what do you want to say? Oh, well, I want to say, if we're having dinner, I want to say to the kids or you, do you want some potatoes? And then we'll dish up our potatoes. All right, we'll make a lesson that's that. Do you want? Okay, what else can you want to say? What else do you want to say? What else do you want to say? Built around what do you want to say in your life? And we very much use a natural language sequence and direct acquisition. Oh. So it's not some grand innovation. This has been done a million times. So in our first book, we have a list of words. And then we have some phrases that you can plug those words into to communicate. So one of the things Lorraine said she wanted to say, she wanted to talk with Sam Tietze about our traditional plants. Where do they grow? Just start to talk about it. And she's a brand new beginner. Okay. Oh. Where does biscuit root grow? It grows on the plain, on the prairie there. Oh, kakin kach palahi stach. Where do huckleberries grow? Well, huckleberries grow up in the mountain. We're beginning to talk about our traditional plants. This is the first go. Our curriculum returns to this 50 times. Our traditional foods and medicine plants. This is the first touch. And we'll talk about Tsachalusa again and again and again. Oh. Level 1 stories. So right away, when Lorraine was taken in by Sam Tietze, she went to her reservation. She had been learning Spokane. She went to learn her family's language. These women were there, just awesome, so much language. And they wanted to share stories. But the problem is the stories, like nobody could understand them. So they'd start out in Salish, but they changed to English because they knew people weren't following. They weren't understanding. They changed to English. So she said, we really want to tell our stories, but we need a way to make it accessible to beginners. Oh. So we figured this is innovation. This is like, we've never seen a language curriculum that does this. We teach stories to brand new beginners right out of the gate through a particular immersion method that Path is going to demonstrate tomorrow. So we still have vocab words. If it wasn't in book 1, it's going to show up in a vocab list. And then we have our basically we take our big, amazing story and we turn it into a very small, simple story. And then we start adding details to it to build it up a bit. And then when those beginners go out into the community and they hear the big story, the real thing, they have these guideposts. They can follow it and begin to acquire the full true story, right? Through this method. Oh. So what's the meaning of natural language sequence and what's direct acquisition? The natural language sequence, and this very much applies to beginners, right? And I almost hate talking about this now because creating beginner speakers is what everybody's good at. It's advanced fluent speakers that we struggle to train and create, right? But still, in our beginning levels, we focus on the natural language sequence. Okay. So newborn babies recognize their mother's language before they're born. Upon birth, they are already recognized. They can tell their mother's language from a different language they've never heard. The babies respond. We've been speaking to them before they were born. Everyone does it, don't they? At least the grandmas do. When she was pregnant with our first, her mama grabbed her and talked to them. I'm not talking to you. Grandchild, I'm here. I'm waiting for you. We're talking to them. And that's correct. That's good language teaching. And then all around the world, people train highly fluent speakers of their language by the time the children are 5. And there's no curriculum. And who are the language teachers? Like, are they certified? Do they have their degree? Should they be teaching? Everywhere around the world, it's just families, all people are expert language teachers. All people are. When we're in our natural world, right? Everybody is an expert language teacher. So like, we're talking to them before they're born. And then birth to age 1, we just flood them with language. And it's interesting. It's just like, imagine I'm talking to a baby. I say, hey, baby, how are you today? Oh, you're very cute. Oh, I think you stink. Let's change that, baby. You notice that people don't talk to babies that way? Like, no matter whose baby it is, they go, hey, baby, oh, you're so cute. Oh, you're so cute. Oh, that's stinky. You better change your diaper. Okay, baby. Why do we talk to babies that way? What are we doing? We're being expert language teachers. That beginning speaker needs context. They need a lot of extra intonation in our voices. They need proximity. They need us to contextualize. We don't say, my, you have a very stinky diaper. We say, oh, puchi, oh, we teach them. We're expert language teachers. That's what they need. We know that's what we need. All around the world, go anywhere. When they're talking to a baby, they get up close and they do these things. We're people. We're expert language teachers. 1 to 3, they begin to develop understanding. We're like, okay, we're gonna go to town. Go get your shoes. Your shoes are right over there. Go get your shoe. Go get your shoes. And then they're like, oh, that's right. Grab your shoes. Hey, you got them. Bring them over here. Bring your shoes over here. Bring your shoes. We're gonna put your shoes on. We're gonna go to town. It's bingo night, right? It's like, now, did we say, I'd like to go to bingo. So if you could say the word shoe, repeat shoe. No, that's not it. Shoe. No, it's an essay. I'll write the letter for you. Done that with a 2-year-old? No, we don't do that. We're expert language teachers. No one does that. With a beginning language learner who's beginning to understand, we just reinforce. Oh, you understand? Oh, yeah, that's right. Those are your shoes. That is right. Bring them back. Shoes, you are the winner. Like, we just praise them and give them language. They're beginning to understand. 3 to 5, they start to talk even sooner. And when they talk, well, I'll tell you, I tell this story. Okay, so you see how she is, right? The boss lady, right? So it is the baby, is our first child, mama or dad first, right? And so we're kind of both doing secret coaching. I'm doing dad, she's doing it. She gets the kids alone. Mama. We're in a competition. So then our daughter, first word, she goes, da. I was like, I win. Yeah. Huh. But then she walked to our dog. Our daughter's first word was actually dog. We both lost. And you know what I did? I sat her down and I put DAD and DOG on the board. And then I went through each one of those letter sounds with her so that if she's going to speak, that she speaks proper. Because if you mean dog, then you need to say dog. It's D-O-G. Say each letter sound with me now. And then dad is D-A-D. That's what I did, right? No, no one does that. Well, we do that, don't we? But when we're being expert language teachers with little kids, we never do that. What did I do? Like, I'm a fluent speaker. She has mispronounced the word and hurt my feelings. So what I do? I said, that's right, dog. This is the dog. Oh, Sophie's such a good dog, baby dog. She's a black dog. She's so, Then people come over. She can say dog. Quick. We'd set it up like a little prop. Here's the baby. Now say dog, dog. Try and get her to say it. I never said one word about her bad pronunciation, about my hurt feelings, about that we both lost the contest. Nothing. We just said, wonderful dog. That's a dog. Wonderful. You're speaking. You're speaking. How wonderful. We reinforce that. Because we're expert language teachers, just like every one of you. Every one of you. By the time they're 5 years old, they're fluent. Their families have taught them through expert language teaching techniques, carefully calibrated for each stage of their linguistic development. People do that naturally. Like, my brother doesn't have children. He's like my kid's other father. And he's kind of a different guy. Kind of a weird guy. He's not real talkative and just has a huge beard and he mutters to himself. He likes to learn languages. So he's walking down the street muttering to himself in German or something. And you think, oh, this curmudgeonly old hermit. But then there's a baby. He'd be like, hey, baby, how are you? Baby? You know, and then there's a 2-year-old like, oh, aren't you getting big? Oh. And then there's an elementary student. Where do you go to school? Oh, what's your teacher's name? How old are you? And then there's some teenagers. Get out of here! Go on, you kids! Get to work! And watch this progression. He's an my hermity, curmudgeony, crusty older brother is actually an expert language teacher. With the baby, he does this, and then he carefully calibrates his language is more and more sophisticated. He backs off, gives people more space, changes his tone of voice, right? And he's carefully calibrating every single one of his linguistic interactions with all these different ages to maximize their linguistic and cultural understanding. And every single person on earth does that with children. But you know what I'm getting at, right? Do they do that when it's time to teach our languages to adults? A lot of times not, right? We get very rough with each other. And we carry the pain and the wounds of the history with us. And we forget that we are expert language teachers and that we know exactly how to adapt our teaching to every level of the student. We all have that. Every one of us is an expert language teacher by design. No curriculum, no certification, no training. We know exactly what to do. How many families you ever met, they just had a newborn baby and you're like, hope they learn to speak. We don't know. Just might never speak. What? Like there's zero, like what? We're gonna do our best. Pretty rough. And it's like, no, everything. We just know. The thing is there, we have total faith. We have total faith in ourselves and in that we're going to teach them to speak in English or whatever. But we've been punched around a bit, so we've lost our faith. That we could just do that exact same thing with our Indigenous languages. Right? So it's holding on to that faith, building each other up to have that faith. It's not like, maybe. No, for sure. For sure. We're going to do this. They are, of course, going to speak. We're going to use all our expert language teaching techniques. We're going to build our community of care. We're going to make our fluency transfer system. And without a doubt, this child will speak. That's what we're after, that. Regain that belief, that hope. Oh. And since we all learn in these steps, you know, curmudgeon brother just rolls through these steps. We can make our lessons and our curriculum match these steps, right? So recognition precedes comprehension, comprehension precedes production, production comes last, starts simple, and then develops to sophisticated, independent speech. That's how every single human being on earth became fluent in whatever languages they speak. We all experience it the same. We were taught to from mama's tummy all the way to our birth. We began to show our comprehension and we were encouraged and spoken to. When we began to show our comprehension, we're expected to comprehend on a higher and higher level. We begin to speak. We speak badly. All human beings, when they're first learning, are horrible speakers. They pronounce very badly. There is no way to become a good speaker without first having been a bad speaker. You simply can't get there without going through that. Like, yeah, I'm going to pick up that pencil, but I don't want to go in between there. I just want to. It's impossible. To get there, you have to walk the walk. You have to be a bad speaker before you're a good speaker. And that's where we have to surrender our sophisticated selves and be a bad speaker and blush and all the ladies. Those ladies, they picked on me a lot. You know, but aren't I lucky? Lucky to have had made me blush every 15 minutes. Because they were teaching me. They're bringing me along. Oh. So that's that guy. He's here. I usually tell a story about him. So it's interesting. So correct pronunciation is a pretty rough and toxic thing in our communities. New learners don't pronounce correctly. And a belief that it's going to permanently change the language. Right? So this guy here talks a lot, really, actually. And when he's a little kid, he really talked a lot. And his older sister is very bossy, still is. And she went to school and started to learn to read and write. So then she starts teaching him at home. She's like mini teacher, making him go through his paces, right? So he's 5 years old, getting ready to go to kindergarten. And in our community there, they had a kindergarten screening. Sign up for kindergarten, they do a little screening. Are they ready? You have any issues, you know? So we said to them, well, yeah, you know, he talks a lot, but he can't say certain sounds. He doesn't say these S's and THs quite right, you know? And so a speech pathologist did an evaluation. Very typical for kindergarten training, like, oh, maybe he's got a developmental delay. Goes to saying that she shows us the paper, he doesn't do this, he doesn't say this. We're like, what do we do? And she's like, oh no, it's all completely normal. A 5-year-old boy, this is about where 5-year-old boys are, but you know, it'll just take care of itself. If it doesn't, if it's still a problem when he's 7 or 8 years old, we'll do some speech training and it'll take care of it. Oh, okay. I literally forgot all about that till I started learning her language and we became involved in this work. And then pronunciation was just a cudgel, just people being battered. And it reminded me of that. Like I'd been a language teacher. That was my training profession, right? And I thought, wow, pronunciation, like, whoa. I thought of him and this like, yeah, pronunciation, it trails fluency. Right? Like there's a horse pulling a cart. And if the horse goes, the cart follows, right? And that's how it is for people all around the world. All children pronounce badly, and then they get better because they're living the language. And as they become more fluent, their pronunciation improves all around the world, every single human language. That's how it works. But when we've experienced genocide and colonialism and all this crazy, horrible history, it becomes confusing about how this is supposed to go. We start putting the cart in front of the horse and trying to get the horse to bump the cart along. It's like people can't pronounce correctly until they're living in the language. And if you spend your time making them pronounce correctly, they'll never be living in the language. And we know that with our kids. So here's an example. So little kid, I forget which kid in my family, they couldn't say spaghetti. They said biscotti. And so, you know what we said to them? We're like, no, you're changing the language. It is not biscotti, it's spaghetti. Did we do that? We didn't. You know what we did? We all started saying biscotti. All of us. What's for dinner? Biscotti. We all started saying biscotti. And then the kid would say biscotti. And we were having biscotti for dinner. What's for dinner? Biscotti. We all said it. And then the kid got a little older and started saying spaghetti. And we were like, oh. And then we all started saying spaghetti. It was fun. Imagine that. Imagine having such faith in the language and the new speakers that when they screw it up, it's fun and funny. And everybody can do it because it's so sweet. They're so little and so sweet. And they're saying it wrong. And it's great. And we all say it wrong together because we have such faith. Our faith is solid. They're not going to be 16 years old and saying biscotti. We know that. We have such faith in how they're going to learn and how it's going to end up that we can just say the wrong thing right along with them and have a laugh. And we have no doubt in our minds that we're all going to be saying biscotti for the rest of our lives. It's impossible. We just want to hold on to that innocent moment where they're becoming fluent, right? And it's so sweet. We all say it. And then, imagine that faith for our languages, for our new learners. When we see them going through this process, and they're kind of beating it up, it's like, oh, that's just so sweet. He's going to get way better than that, I know. But it's so cute right now. Direct acquisition for us, we were reactionary because for Laray's language, all of the efforts to teach it when we came around were all led by linguists, academic linguists, and they were typically, we call it the word list method. And what would happen is people would come to class and they all brought a notebook and they would list a bunch of words on the board, like, oh, even an attempt to be communicative. Like, oh, we want to talk about our plants, list all the plants. And then they'd break down like, oh, the word morphology, like, oh, this ends in ich because it's a tree. This ends in ichmuch, more of a vine. Explain that. Explain how the words are formed, how to pronounce each in the alphabet. We could look at the written word and say those words. And everybody would write down all of that information in their notebook. But at the end of class, where was the language? It was on the board and in their notebooks. And then they erased the board and everybody takes their notebook home. Nobody has anything in here. And I think we were so frustrated by that we swung the other way. So in our beginning classes, they're 100% immersion with very beginners. There's no, we'll sometimes tell them what a picture means. So that'd be like 10 English words. And then we just do full immersion. And there's no reading, there's no writing. The task is put the language here, have it come out here. And some adults get very angry as they bring in their pen and pencil. They're very nervous. And we say, oh, you have to put that away. You have to put that away. We're just going to listen. And we're going to speak. We're going to take care of each other. Woo. So that's what we're focusing. We're not going to learn about the language. It's like people say, what's the ending there? What's that ending mean? I said, no. I want you to tell me that you want potatoes. As we move through this curriculum level 2, we're increasing our focus on communication. We do introduce grammar. We actually do tons of grammar work, but still mostly through immersion. Question answers, verbal exchanges in questions and answers, narrative forms, and how we can change narrative forms to change the point of view. Coyote was doing this, Coyote was doing that. Oh, I was doing this, I was doing that. We were doing this, we were doing that. Oh, okay. We're still using direct acquisition. We're increasing our interaction with a speaking partner and doing immersion language-based grammar practice. So not explaining grammar, but enacting grammar together so we can learn those patterns. Oh. So level 2, it's still the level 2 language books, not rocket science. There's a list of words, there's some communicative phrases. We do some grammatical conjugations and example sentences so we can understand. Adults are better language learners than kids. What? Kids don't worry about it. That's why they seem like they're better learners. But adults actually can understand and analyze things, right? But they're so nervous, right? So we offer those explanations, grammatical patterns that we can practice through immersion activities. Oh. Level 2 literature, we start to see larger and larger amount of language in our language and less English helpers. But if a word is new, we put it in the vocab list and we can play with that word on its own before we see it in the store. And then we use lots of questions. This is like TPRS methodology, TPR storytelling. Lots of questions and verbal exchanges and questions where we talk about what went on the story at different levels, and then take those same words and ideas and talk about our own lives using those same words that were in the story. Right? So grammar does present in our fluency transfer system and curriculum, there's begins to be lots of grammar practice in level 2, very intense in level 3, but it's always purpose is communication, right? Grammar practice that's focused on communication and that has an immersion, a teaching process that goes with it. All right. Here's a classic thing. I'm teaching high school Spanish, and I want people to say, I like pizza. Right? So I say, I like pizza. I say, me gusta la pizza. Then I'm going to ask them the question, do you like pizza? And the student beginner is so hard because they hear you like pizza. So they say, yes, you like pizza. ¿Te gusta la pizza? I say, no, no me gusta la pizza. ¿Te gusta la pizza? No, I don't like pizza. Do you like pizza? And they say, yes, you like pizza. Here's what they're struggling with. There's a verbal exchange between first person, I, and second person, you. They hear the question in second person. They want to employ that second person verb when they talk about themselves, but they have to flip it to do first person, right? And then we just get more and more sophisticated. That our language has a very complicated transitive system. When you're doing things to something or someone or for somebody's behalf, it's very complicated. We just have to practice so much. Did you kick it for them? I did not kick it for them. I kicked it for you, or I skinned it for you, right? How to, and we have all these little markers in our language to show you who is doing what to who and why. And we have to practice that, but not by explaining it, but by using it, by asking questions, right? Who kissed you? Oh, she kissed me. Did they kiss you? No, we kissed you. Like, how do we make all those verbal exchanges with objects and intentions? Like, whoa. Grammar practice is largely not in English. We're not crazy. It's helpful for adult students because they freak out. Just stop and explain some things. They're no more fluent at the end of the explanation, trust me. But they feel better. They feel better. And that's nice. And then we get back at the immersion. Up one. At level 3, we're really pushing for advanced communication, high grammatical proficiency, and the application of language to advanced cultural topics. So, and when I'm showing you these texts, they're all recordings. They're all audio recordings. The text is a transcription of what we recorded with Sabbatees. So it's that audio recording, which is the foundational document. It's not the written words. It's the audio recording. Every learner has access to that elder talking about that teaching or saying those words or telling that story. You want? Oh. This is actually in our sister language, Kalispel. So in our level 3 book, you start to see, like, where's the English? There's very little English helper. A little story. This is just the introduction to the beginning of the annual seasonal round in spring. Right? In the spring, then the sun starts to become higher in the sky. Right? Comprehension questions, personal and application questions. So we can put that teaching in our mouths and talk about our lives, talk about the teaching, make sure we understood it, but then take those same words and concepts. Like now it's saying, this application. Why in the spring is it that the sun goes up higher in the sky? How is springtime different from the summer and the fall and the winter? Oh, so they have to use these words to talk about what's going on. The numbers, we've actually changed now. We actually use letters now, and we use our alphabet. So this is a little bit old, and it's in our sister language. But in our book now, we use we use our alphabet instead of the numbers for the questions. Yeah. And it's taken us time. We were beginners when we were building this, and every time we teach it, we move it up, move it up. The instructions become in the language, all the little markers, as we've learned. Level 3, this is just more of that same lesson where we throw lots of grammatical verbal forms at them so that they can just see all the possibilities, one word, like in our word, because in our language, almost every word can be conjugated. Like, it seems like the word tree is not a verb, but in our language it is, you know? And so in our language, each word can take maybe 450 different forms because it can be conjugated in the transitive, intransitive, and possessive, and with all the ditransitive, like just the subtle arrangements, right? One letter, now it means this. It's this little spin, right? Upward. In the level 3 literature, again, you know, for instance, in level 1 literature, a story is maybe 25 sentences long, 25 sentences. And they're very simple so that a beginner can be, you know, connect with the story in the language. Level 3 stories, the last stories are 150 sentences long. Right? So they go from 25 sentences to 150 in this process of coming from one end to the other of the fluency transfer system and curriculum. Oh, boy. And so we finished all the work we did with Samtitsa level 3, and then we need more. So we've returned to our archival recordings. So we're using recordings that were made, most of them in the late 60s in Laray's home community. We're using those old recordings from Kwikwitas and integrating them with our curriculum to make a level 4. And that's not planned. You know, Samtitsa was very careful. She understood how to take us through the process, right? Kwikwitas, he's just talking. So it's just like, it's wild. When we get to that, it's like, whoa, this is, and it's old language that even our current speakers don't quite talk that way. So it's pretty amazing. Upward. So these are some of the folks we're working with. The ones in purple are our language. Sealth Language House, Dr. Michelle Johnson, Simlau, the strong partner for us. Tiku Khayam at West Bank First Nation in BC. Osuyas Indian Band has got a program going. Our sister organization is the Insulan Language and Culture Association. In our sister language, Kalispell, Spokane. So as Lorraine and I, when we moved home to Spokane and we're building the system with Samtitsa, they saw that and that's how we put some bread on the table, is they hired us. They have a gaming enterprise. So they hired us to make it in theirs with their elders at the same time. So this system is very well developed in our sister language, Kalispell, Spokane Kalispell. So that's their language, is this green. And these are different organizations in Washington and in Montana that are using the system to train new fluent speakers. Our partners in Montana just caught fire big time. So they have, we have a lot, we have 46 apprentices, I believe, right now in our fluency track to become fluent adult speakers. And we've always had a lot of people, but they've got now like 25 who are on a fluency track using the same system. So, and then these are some folks north of us in British Columbia, and even up here, we've worked a little bit with the Witchen at Old Crow. The Children of the Taku Society is developing this system in Tlingit right now, working very hard. I think they're online spying, make sure we don't lie about them. They're awesome. And then Hokaminam on Vancouver Island, this Sumina's primary school, a group of women there has been working with this system to build a fluency transfer system so that they can reliably and predictably train new fluent speakers of their language. Oh, boy. So this is like a part we've added on to just center. There's a lot of technical issues and there's a lot of socio-political issues that we have to struggle with when we're trying to bring back a language. We have to confront our history and imagine our future. It's funny, when Laray really first brought me in, I left my job. I was teaching Spanish at Gonzaga Preparatory School in Spokane. And she had me take a job at Wellpinit Middle School on the Spokane Indian Reservation. And there's some people there trying to knock out Salish teaching and put Spanish in. So her and her spies put me in there. So we had to split the week between, so they couldn't knock the Salish out. We did Salish half the week, Spanish half the week. And we started making this curriculum in Spanish and Spokane Salish. And the kids said, I said something to my students there about my culture. They're like, white people don't have culture. Like, yeah, we do. I have a culture, I have a family, and they're just like, and for them, this is a thing, this is part of this process, right? The culture's been put to the side like it's a separate thing. Like it's a separate thing from ourselves. Oh, the culture. They would use the culture. It's like it's a part. I was like, oh yeah, that is the heart of the matter. It's to make it not a thing aside, but rather it's just what we do, right? Culture is just our customs, language, arts, music. It's who we are. It's what we do. Every human being has a culture. But in our communities, we've faced this ugly history that tried to break things. And so the culture becomes something aside from our own kids. They owe the culture. So ultimately, I think maybe our work is to just put that back together. So the person and the culture are indistinguishable. So it's not a thing outside of the people, right? That really opened my eyes like, wow, this is actually what we're up against. There's been a separation of people from the culture. The culture's been made a thing aside. Oh man. But that's not true, your culture's, everyone has their culture. It's just that what is the nature of that culture? And can we change it? Can we restore it? We're integrating ourselves. So, it's like, these are the two oldest kids in our school. They're all crazy about Harry Potter. They read all the Harry Potter books. And then we're like, okay, how do you say Harry Potter in Salish? School pizza. Oh, we can do that. Harry, he's a potter, is somebody who has the ability to make things with their hands. All right. So we talked about Harry Potter in our language because that's part of their life. That's part of their culture. And we don't want them to be trapped that they can't express any part of themselves through our language. We want them to be their full selves in our language, right? And it's crazy. You guys have heard of Star Trek? And in Star Trek, there's Klingons. That's another aliens. And they have a Klingon language. Have you heard of this? It's for TV and movies, right? So there are more speakers of Klingon in the world, a made-up television movie language, than there are speakers of our language. Think about that. We're trying to hold on to the faith that they can just grow up with our language. We're trying to hold on to that faith, and it's so hard. And then these other people are just learning Klingon from a movie, a made-up language, and they get together and have these big conventions, and they speak only Klingon. They're very faithful to the language and culture. It's like, it's a fake movie language, and they have more faith than we have. Sometimes it's like, we can do this, right? But that also tells you things. Never in human history have our kids had so much change and so much choices in front of them. Like our kids can grow up in our most traditional village, and then they can come of age and go become a Klingon speaker and live in Los Angeles and raise their kids in Klingon. They could do that. That is one choice in front of them, right? And we can't be blind to that. Our kids just have this unparalleled ability to just choose anything. And there's something good there. We're not trapped. We don't have to just do what was handed to us. We also have choices. That's why we can bring back our languages. That's why we can change the way our children are raised. We also have those choices. But an issue, I'm not going to say it's a problem, but an issue is there's so much choice. And when our kids have access to the internet, it's just like, it's too much choice. And we have to be mindful of that. Everything that's going on. I have 1,972 friends. Like, what? I don't even have any friends at all. Oh, they're my Facebook, my Instagram, my TikTok friends. I'm like, are those friends? Like, and they are. in a way. But in a way, like, what? I'm old. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I have 3 friends actually myself. 1,900 friends. But this is the reality our kids are facing. Unprecedented choice, unprecedented connectivity with all human beings on earth. Oh. So what are we going to do with that, right? What do we want for our kids? We want them to be happy, right? And people study happiness. There are people who's, I have a PhD in happiness studies. Like, what? What? But it's real. It's real. People want to know, what does it really take to be happy? And studying that. Does being rich make you happy? Well, it does up to a certain point. And then after that, no amount of money changes how happy you are, right? But you have to have some basic stuff. Actually, a little better basic people like that too. But after a while, it doesn't tell you anything about their happiness, you know? If you have your basics and then a little extra, that makes you happy to a certain level. And then beyond that, it makes no difference. And sometimes beyond that, you'll lose your happiness. We need our basic needs, health, wealth, but we need relationships, identity, and purpose. This has now been studied all around the world. Happy people, unhappy people. Happy people have their basic needs, their health and wealth. They have relationships, identity, and purpose. And then we're happy. So our assertion here today, and the reason we've been driven by this work is because we want our children to be happy. You know, that previous slide, go back to that slide. So a member of the Ku Klux Klan could have this, but it's bad, right? But they could have identity, purpose, relationships, wealth, but it's bad, and we can recognize that. What we want is that for our children with good. And it is our assertion that our indigenous cultures everywhere around the world are a blueprint for a moral and happy life. And the glue that holds that cultural blueprint together is the language. And so it's the idea that we just don't want them to be happy. We want them to be happy, and we want them to be good people. So we want them to serve, to help others, right? And to make beauty, know who they are, even as they encounter all those choices. They know who they are. They're part of something. They don't have to, they're going to look at all these other things. They may go and come. Our little boy right here left, married a girl from the east. Oh, we've lost him. They came back. They're both speakers. Hey. Because I think part of it is there's a blueprint here for a good life, for a happy life, for a meaningful life, right? And it's all around the world, our indigenous cultures, because they're about relationships, because they're some actual real place where your feet are on the ground. And they're about being together and taking care. And they're long-term. They're long-term. And that's what we crave in our lives, human beings. Right? I'm almost at the end. So this guy right here is my father-in-law, Les Miley. His mother was a fluent speaker. His grandmother was a fluent speaker. He knew them. Lorraine knew them both until she was 13 years old. Her great-grandmother and her grandmother, they're fluent speakers of language. They taught him no language. And there's certain narratives about that they didn't teach him because they were victims, indigenous women. They had been battered. They had suffered. And so they didn't teach him. They couldn't teach him. And there's some truth there. They did suffer, but they survived. And they made a choice. We're not going to teach them the language because right now there's this brutality unleashed in our world. And we want to spare him that. Seems fair. That seems like a pretty decent choice, right? He's holding our first grandchild in Quanila. And she's always grown up with the language. Lorraine, I never spoke English to her for 14 years. She's one of the oldest kids in our school. She does speak the language. So instead of a story of tragedy, let me tell you this story. So for 10,000 years, Salish people are living as a language culture community in their land with their ways, speaking their language. And then this ugly moment came in that great history, 10,000 years. And then this moment came, and his mother had to make a choice. And she said, he's going to be safer and this is going to work better for our people if he doesn't speak our language. So he doesn't. He's holding his first great grandchild, and she has always had the language from this age on. And so maybe the story is these women calculated. They made a bet. The best things for him not to learn. And now because of what they did, she does know. She has learned. Maybe, again, we don't know, but maybe she's the beginning of another 10,000 year run. Right? They made a calculation to get through that ugly time, and they've come through. And maybe for 10,000 years, that will just go on. She could decide that, maybe. Because that's our story. There's a lot of facts, but that's our story. The disruption of our language and culture, the tragedy is actually only this big. It's actually only this big. It's not who we are. It's not who Salish people are. It's just like that. Just close that up. That's our story. We're sticking to it. No. So this is my wife's favorite slide. It is the last slide. That's Inisitat, my boss of 30. Well, our first date was 38 years ago on Valentine's Day. And our entire curriculum, our entire Salish fluency transfer system, our school that has 47 adults on a fluency track, that has 55 kids in Salish immersion education every day, kids who go out and dig our traditional roots, who pick their traditional berries, who know their songs, who welcome the day every day in their drum circle, but also read Harry Potter, play electric guitar. Right? Pretty much all of that exists because she is the most stubborn human being on earth. And no matter what happens, she just won't quit. Just relentlessly. In that moment, she says she was heartstruck at her uncle's funeral. She came home and said, I'm gonna learn my language. At that time, she knew literally 0 words of her language. 0. Not yes, no, thank you, nothing. How on earth? Just relentless kindness, relentlessness that never gives up, a relentless vision. Oh, I'm just going to speak my language. I'm going to bring my language back to my family. How many years? 90 some years. No one grew up in the language in her family. She's not from an important family. She's not the daughter of hereditary chiefs. They say we're the daughters of hereditary thieves. But you know, there are these systems, hierarchies, and who's important and who should do this work. Isita is not those things. But man, she will not quit. And she's super nice, but also just hard as a rock. You just can't get her to say no. She's just like, and the reason I put this slide in here, that's the only one of the few things I get away with, because she wants it out, but I keep it in. Is because really I have to say to each and every one of you, everything we've built, there was one speaker who took us in. This Sinai's woman and her Suyapi husband. And then there she was, she found her speaker. And then she's built her team. She made captives, whoever she needed to make captive. And then here we are. So the other question I asked was, how long does it take to become fluent in your language? But here's another question. How many people does it take to revitalize your language, to bring it back, to make a fluency transfer system that's permanent, available to all people, so that anyone who wants to learn can become fluent and then begin their education with the elders? How many people does it take? In our situation, it takes 2. Inisitat, who was heartstruck and wanted it, and wouldn't quit. And Sabtitsa took her in and gave her all of that language and culture and teaching that we could document and pass on to others. And then they made me a captive, and then Tosh was made captive, and then his wife was made a captive. She's like, I'm a Taino from Puerto Rico. How am I here speaking to me? It's beautiful. Beautiful, but that's how many people it takes. If you're wondering how many people it takes to save your language, to make a fluency transfer system, to make it so that anybody who wants to learn can become fluent and be part of a language culture community, we have an answer. It's 2. 1 speaker and 1 learner who won't quit. And you can do anything. Why? Lunchtime.
We have lunch for everyone outside, and you have your lunches in the back. Better do it. Florida, I did not know the hotel.
Oh, we're.
There,
Don't worry. I'll take all your pretty back.
You gotta take us to Castle.
My cup. She's heard my cup.
I'm so glad. So glad.
I can hear.
So for those of you on Zoom, we're gonna take a lunch break.
Yeah, 4 hours is what we had.
We will take a lunch break until 1. So for those of you on Zoom, we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
There's lunch.
All right, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and get ready to get started again. Okay, so if you want to find your way back to your seat. For those of you on Zoom, we do have some props in the classroom. I will take some pictures of them and drop them as attachments. I'm also gonna spotlight our video. And, yeah. Okay.
This afternoon and then again tomorrow, members of our team are going to do some communicative approach to direct acquisition immersion language lessons. And we'll have some volunteers or victims, I guess, come forward, and they're gonna learn some insal hachin. And it feels a little tricky to me because one of the great challenges we're all experiencing is how to create an advanced fluent speaker. but it's very difficult for us to demonstrate our advanced classes and techniques because you don't have the background to understand what's going on. So for a lot of years, we've been presenting, how do we teach our level one language book and our level one stories book. And I think it has value. The truth of the matter is what we desperately need is for all of you to be successful. So that all of your kids and grandkids are growing up in their language and forming these language culture communities so that we can come see each other, take heart from each other. So when our kids look out in the world, they see a lot of that, right? So when your kids get the wanderlust, you send them to Spokane, we'll take care of them. Likewise, we'll send our kids north. We'll understand that they're going to that same kind of beautiful place, right? So we do, if your community has an endangered language and you don't yet have a fluency transfer system, we are kind of saying, hey, take this and do it. And we'll help if we can, whenever we can. And that this could be a path you take. There's a lot of paths. There's, our ways, the way we figured out. But the clock is ticking, and we just encourage every Indigenous language community to get a hold of a fluency transfer system that works, that's proven. And there's a lot of ways you can get there, but grab one and go all the way, right? And we're offering ours to you at no cost, just take it and we'll help any way we can. That's why we're here. Your colleague used to be down in Spokane. Knew our colleague. Get to know each other and give heart to one another. So I'm just going to do a little introduction, and then Kamanat is going to teach a lesson from our level one language book. So again, our curriculum and fluency, our fluency transfer system has those three legs. And one of the legs is we use all this recorded material, and us apprentice speakers teach one another using those recorded materials. So we're fluent. And then we go to our speaker. No trouble understanding. Now we can actually learn the lesson. We're not learning the words. We're learning the big lessons. Right? So we have this curriculum and a system for teaching it to one another through immersion so that we can become fluent. And then we do cultural immersion with fluent elders and knowledge keepers, right? And then we find an area in our life where we turn off English and we let our new selves develop in the language. That's our fluency transfer system. Those three legs, and it doesn't stand, it's rough. It falls over if you don't have all three. A system where you can have all of the language and culture and teachings documented, that's stable, predictable, replicable. Oh, you're going to come, you do this amount of time, you will in fact be fluent. We can restore that total faith in what the outcome is going to be, right? And then we're joining together in a language culture community, and we're turning off English, right? That's our fluency transfer system. So specifically now we're talking about the one leg of that system is that recorded material and all the systems and immersion teaching methods that go with it that allow us to train new fluent speakers. So Dominique's going to be teaching, it's a communicative approach in book one, meaning the lessons are just like, well, what do you want to be able to say? So that we can start turning our life through the language instead of through English. Communication is the focus. It's direct acquisition, so it's not like indirect acquisition. Like our students are going to come up here and they're not going to have paper and pencil. And they're not going to come away with any notes. They're going to be juiced up with language right now, in this moment. They will be speaking in Salchin in about 45 minutes. And so that's what we're talking about in direct acquisition. So we're not going to learn about, you won't know anything about our language, but you will all know, or the participants for sure will know yes and no, and maybe some numbers, and they'll know some words, and they'll be able to describe themselves a little bit, but they won't know anything about the language. They won't know how to spell anything, or they won't even really know what the individual sounds are. They'll just know some language, right? That's kind of direct acquisition. She's going to be using an immersion teaching technique. So she'll probably use some pictures, and she'll very briefly confirm what the picture's showing with an English word. But then that's about it. So they'll be responding to directions and carrying out the activities through full immersion. And I'm going to be touching this after the lesson as well, but this is part of what we call a spiraling curriculum. If you've been in the business, you know about that. Any educational curriculum, right? It talks about that we don't just touch on a topic one time, that we touch on it repeatedly, and more sophisticated manner. So I think she's teaching physical descriptions, right? So it's just a first go. And there's just a certain amount of words we learn on the first go. So in this book, there's probably, I think there's four food lessons. You know, we don't try to load down any one lesson. You can only get so much done if you're really doing direct acquisition. You can't teach 80 words, 10 or 12 words, some phrases that we can use those words. And then that's the lesson, but we're coming back to it. We're coming back to it. We're coming back to it. One of the things that comes up when people have adopted this method, there's so much you want to put across, and there's a tendency to want to do it all in one lesson. Like, let's list every food. It's like, no, you have to take bites that actually could be swallowed, right? So this whole curriculum is fully sequenced. Like every single word we use is kept track of from beginning to end. So our advanced cohort, they're studying archival recordings that were made in the late 60s, you know, but when we're preparing those materials for them, we're like going along, it's like that word. I don't think we've had that word. I used to know off the top of my head, but now it's impossible, right? So we go to it and we search, like, no, that actually has never shown in our curriculum. It's in the vocab list. It's a new word. So it's wholly sequenced from the very first lesson all the way to the long natural speech of our archival recordings. Every single word is tracked and sequenced, meaning we know, they get that word. Oh, that word, yeah, that's going to show up in story 12 of level 2 story. Like we know, oh yeah, oh, you don't know that word yet. Well, you're getting there. You're just one story away, you're gonna have that word. Every word is tracked. And so that it is sequential, so that you don't sit and repeat and learn the same thing over and over. You always move. You always move. And we're making sure that we're moving. And we're documenting any new word, and we're taking you through. So the notion here is you start at the beginning with very book 1, you know nothing, literally nothing. And you go through that. The stories 1, you complete that. We like to say in this level 1, we have no proficiency. We just know words and phrases. But before you finish, if you just walk into a situation that people talk, it's very hard to know what's going on.
Thank you, most.
So we really push people to go through this as fast as possible. Before we had a school, we ran summer intensives, and we would do this entire level 1 in a single summer. This one in 3 weeks, and this one in 5 weeks. And in 8 weeks, we can move the learner to that out of non-proficiency. And by the time they're done with this, now you'll walk in, somebody's praying, and you'll be like, oh, you're getting things. Or you're doing immersion cultural activity, and you're like, oh. You're not a speaker, but you are getting the gist of what's going on. And I speak from experience. I was struck because it's a strange situation where I made these books with Samtitsa as the primary curriculum developer. I processed all the recordings. She translated, I typed it up, but I didn't know it. I just worked with it, Then Lorraine turned around and taught it to me. And this took some amount of time, it was all experimental, but it was the fall of 2005. We finished this up, really made this book And then the winter of 2006, I really taught it. So then I remember very distinctly in May of 2006, we went for an immersion luncheon at the Allison sisters' house in the Lower Snoqualmie Valley. And I had gone to many of those immersion luncheons in the previous several months. But I sat down in May and I was like, holy. Suddenly I just knew what was going on. Like, it's like I'd been underwater, all of a sudden my eyes were out. I was like, I still can't breathe, but my eyes were out. It was really striking. And that's pretty much what we're talking about is at the end of level 1, we have 1,000 word vocabulary. And we've actually been exposed to every single grammatical concept in the language through the story. And we have, this beginning communicative skills using the phrases from the level 1 language book. But all of that combined, and it's all whole language. There's no grammatical teaching whatsoever. There's no reading or writing by the student except to take a quiz. And yet at the end of this, we leave non-proficiency and now we begin our journey through proficiency. So we do not really push cultural immersion for students who are still here because they don't know what's going on. They just can't follow it. And the problem is if they're present, it steers our speakers to speak English because they know they don't understand. And our speakers have been marginalized for their whole lives, a lot of them. And they really want the teachings to go forward to people. And if they know those people can't understand, at first they'll translate for themselves. And by the end, they're just speaking English. So we talked about boundaries. It was a big deal where we said, I remember we were drying meat and the non-speakers were there and they all changed to English and it kind of ruined our immersion. And we're like, oh, this is going to be hard. But from then we said, we're going to limit our cultural immersion for language learning to people who you have to have gone through this. And then you have to come and show that you understand. You can't just sit there like a lump. You have to laugh. If there's something even not that funny, you need to laugh and show you understand. You have to signal to the elders and speakers, I understand. And you have to push yourself to speak, to signal to them like, yes, stay in the language. Stay in the language with me. Right? So it's a very significant situation in this takes 8 weeks if you're going full time. It takes 8 weeks to leave non-proficiency and begin proficiency. And doing cultural immersion before you achieve that, it has great cultural value. It does not assist with language revitalization. It does not actually increase people's proficiency or fluency. And from our perspective, usually our elders, it kind of breaks up immersion experiences because we want to include everybody and make sure everybody understands. So this right here is 92% of our curriculum and fluency transfer system. And it's very hard to show you this because you have to, it's built one upon another. So it's hard for us to show this. And the reason I'm saying this is because it makes me nervous because I don't want to promote beginneritis. I don't want to promote, oh, here's the guru of the week with this teaching technique. This is a teaching method now we're going to show. But I want to reiterate that teaching methods are empty. And over-investing in teaching methods when you don't have a fluency transfer system that is full of your language and culture, right, can be problematic. And I don't want to contribute to that. On the other hand, there's probably someone on Zoom or someone in this room who, if they took this, what we have, if you take it from us and you have one speaker and you refuse to quit, you could save your language, you could become fluent, all your family could be fluent if you do this. Yeah.
We need to do another mic check just to make sure that the audio is going to work. Check. Sorry. Does this work? Can you guys hear me on Zoom?
Check.
I
I can hear you.
Okay, can you? Okay, and then Dr. Fune will send the pictures of the sticky notes in the chat.
What was I saying? Anybody know? That's it. That's it. So even though I run the risk of promoting beginnerism, and even though I run the risk of being perceived as guru of the week, if you see beyond this, there's somebody here who can take this, and we will give it to you, and we will help you and encourage you and connect you with other folks. And you could do this. You could build that cartograph. You could document your language in a sequenced manner that allows you to become fluent in a timely and predictable manner and leave a trail for others to follow. So that's, I'm using, hopefully you'll be inspired by this Taino Puerto Rican Indigenous woman who is a fluent, advanced fluent Salish speaker and speaks Salish to her children. We'll get a taste of what that can look like, even though this is just very much the shallow end of the pool. We're just getting our toes wet, but there's a deep dive that goes with it, and we'll come again and talk about that, or you come down to Spokane. I think I've covered it all. These are things I wanted to not forget to talk about. So Dominique's going to be teaching lessons from our level 1 language book. It's going to be Salish immersion lesson. She'll cue your pictures in English, but that's about it. And so for the next hour, she's going to just take them through this lesson, maybe slower, maybe faster.
Is Spokane from your language?
What's that?
Is the word Spokane?
Yeah, Spokane's from our sister language. Yeah, from Kalispell, Spokane, Spokane is the sun, Spokane, and that's where the word Spokane comes from. Yeah, actually through the name of a chief. Yeah. Apart from our sister language. Spokane, Spokane. So we're going to call forward our volunteer/victim students. Apprentices. So these two were in, we arranged ahead of time. And you and
Use positive words.
Holly Fletch, she was going to talk about that. Bring two from back there. That's good. Nice. Take a seat, any seat. So like I said, when we did this summer, we cover all 45 lessons of this book, about a 500-word vocabulary with community of phrases, and we would do it in 3 weeks, full-time days. We did that many years in a row. Take people through that 45 lessons and that half of proficient in 3 weeks. And we could do the other half in 5 weeks, and now they're ready for cultural immersion. So you guys are just getting a taste of that. Ahoy, ahoy, akas kamanat. Oh, ihu kumi, iwakuma. I always say, we tell our students, a good teacher stays in the language, does a good job, but a great teacher erases the board after themselves. That's the true mark of greatness. Takes out the garbage at the end of the day.
I often come, you know, meeting come here. Boy, why can Chilim push ulus? We pack papa seal penam. Yati has with kumi written. A high eat is alms cooked meat and wishna. A huge eat is on a heat young. Old. Fat. Skinny. Strong. Weak. He is that so hard. Ahoy, you has not yet is young, old, fat,
Keys that so up. Apna Lu is all Yakichen, Mach and Kaiwichana. Ahoy, Kikiniamen. Skukwimont. Oh, the next off. Just Mach Kikiniamen. Skukwimont. Kiwo. Chicute. Which watched. Skukwimont. Oh, that's in Skukwimont. Why Skukwimont? Skukwimont. Kiwo. Chicute. Which watch?
There it is. Come on. At least I could listen and say I'm there. Tell her.
Chicute. Which watched. Ahayaki suums. Ahoy. Afina. Extremi suum. Ki penkin papud. Kam loot. Penkin loot to papud. Oh, yatsui. In chao chi. Ki. Loot. Ki. Loot. Ki. Loot. Our extremi suums. Penkin papu. Skukwima. Ki. Coached. Loot to coached. Ahoy. Skukwima. Ki. Ahoy, Naxio. Ki. Loot. Ahoy. Ki can loot. Skukwimot. Ki has the school. Ki skukwimot. Ki can loot. Skukwimot. Loot. Coached. Loot. Kiwa. Kiwa. Ki can loot. Skukwima. Loot. Kiwa. Loot. Chicute. Loot. Coached. Ki coached. Hastashko. Ki can loot. Which watched. Loot. Hoped. Loot. Skukwimot. Loot. Chicute. Chicute. Hastashko. Ki can loot. Skukwimot. Loot. Kiwa. Loot. Chicute. which quatched. He which quatched. He which quatched. He can look which quatched. Loot. He can look. He will loot. He can loot. Hoped. He hoped. Hope. Ahoy. Ixiwum. Knach. Ahoy to Haiti. He can look. Kamachini. Ahoy Kamachini. He can look. Slap. He will loot. Hoped. Loot. Skukwimot. He skukwimot. Has that school? Bam. Skukwimot. Has that school? Ahoy. Mahanaway. He can look. He can look. Ahoy. Scorched. Cute. Look. He will. Key. Has that school? Ahoy. Anyway, he can look. Hoped. 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 He hoped. He hoped. Ahoy. He can look. Cute. Lured. Watched. He watched. Watched. Boy. Anyway, he can look. Ahoy. He can look. Watched. Lived. Hooked. Looked. Evil. Looked. Cute. Key. Cute. Kwan. Buddha school. Ahoy. Kind of way. He can look. He will look. Cute. Look. Which watched. Which watched. He can look. Which watched. Look. He can look. Skukwimot. No. I'm saying I can look. Look. He can look. Which watched. Look. Hoped. Hoped. He hoped. Has that school? Hoped. Ahoy. Kicking him. X chunomis snaps near. Skukwimot. Kiwo. Watched. Cute. Which watched. Hoped. He's Apana X1. He picked out. In Hame. He's Akanilu Queen. In Chauchi. Queen. He's Akanilu Queen. Han. In Chauchi. Han. Actually, still Han Solo Tali Customisi Tsakanilu Han. Han Solo Customis Han. He Han. In Chauchi. Han. Ahoy. He Asili Tsakanilu. Queen Han. In Chauchi. No. Queen. Han. Queen. Han. PTM. Yadswitch Mistisi Zakanilu. Ahoy. Apana. Each Putnam is Kiskanchu. Kathleen Hood. Is Zakanilu. Queen. Zakanilu. Han. In Ming. Ishudi Suum. What should he Zakanilu? Sahiti. Kakin kiwo. Oh, kiwo. Han. So, ishtu kiwo. Ashtu han. Ishtu skukwimo. Ashtu queen. Itzakanilu. And we still is good kind ship. Boy, it's a high DT. Kakin kiwo. Kakin kiwo. Han. Kiwa. Hiko. Han. Kiwo. Han. Kakin skukwimo. Han kem queen. Han skukwimo. Queen kem han. Kakin chicute. Han chicute. Queen kem han. Ocht. Queen ocht. That's a short. Ocht. Queen kem han. Hooked. Queen hooked. Queen kem han. Which watched. Han which watched. Queen kem han. Scoop cute. Han cute. Next new explain. Queen kem han. Oshed. Queen oshed. Hahoy. Apna. Anyway, because Queen kem han. Kiwo. Queen has that school. Queen kiwo. Queen kem han. Anyway, Queen kem han. Skukwimo. Han skukwimo. That's that school. Wait, anyway, because Queen kem han. Coached. Queen coached. Good that school. Queen kem han. Which watched. Queen which watched. Anyway, Queen kem han. Cute. Han cute. Good that school. Next new call anyway. Lieutenant Mink. Minks. Queen kem han. Hooked.
Queen.
Queen hooked. That's the spot. TTM. QF TTM. Wait. Apana. X1. So a hais uns Fukuimo Kiwo Coached Chicute. Ahoy, his Fukuimo Kiwo Coached Hooked. And make a silly skylu choikala. Anyway, chohoy, titala, chohoy, or new hanaway, chohoy, titala. Or pankini studies in having what can't is ahoy, the high heaty, Easter kiwo, can't kiwo, Easter cute, can't cute, Easter coached, can't coached, Easter Skukwimo, can't Skukwimo. Jihaz? Ahoy. Kikiniman. Kiwo. Kiwa, which can't. He Sakwent, in me. Ahoy. So he kiwo. Apnan. Kakin. Coached. Has that school coached. Skukwimo. Good, Skukwimo. Has that school Limlam, Texas. At Black Class Syncmote. Chokoy, slap. Canowinio. Now I'm extramary, skip kind of look to Paputi slacking up for that. Look to Paputi Sahoy Kinchimari. Ahoy, can't is is quitched. Hasta school, quitched. Kiwa. Cute. Good, TTM, Cleveland, yes, really. Joy. New extremities, good bodies, ignis has. Ahoy, he sees Has me been waiting. Panties is just. Spokwimal. Good, spokwimal. Watched. As watched. Hooked. Or quitched. That's their school. Leave them. He has clearly. Apna in Hamig in Chow Cheap is In Chow Cheap is In Chow Cheap. Kiwa. Yes. Skokwima. Chicute. Hoped. Which Has milk. Kiwa. Skukwima. Coached. Chicute. Hoped. Which Apna ixchurum asili suums. Ashut steam paputi iskekayanchu. So Tahiti ixchurum. Ocht kem kiwo. Tahiti. Chikut kem skukwimo. Kiwa. Aho. He ixchurum asil ashut steam papu. Ocht kem chikut. Coached. Highest coached. Ahoy. Chikut kem kiwa. Chikut. Which watch kem hoped? Hoped. Kiwa kem which watched? Which watched? Kiwa kem skukwimo. Kiwa. Skukwimo kem coached. Skukwimo. Coached kem hoped. Coached. Chikut kem skukwimo. Chikut. Which watch kem hoped? Hoped. Which watch kem skukwimo? Which watch? Havoy, apna ixiwam anax. Anyway, machni, havoy, slap. Ha-ihi. Skukwimo kem kiwo. Putash chukua. Pom. Ahoy, anyway. Which watch kem skukwimo? Skukwimo. Put. Ahoy, anyway. Hoped kem coached. Put. Pom. Ahoy, anyway. Chikut kem kiwo. Chikut. Name it, Anyway, has power. Hoped can which watched. Hope, good, hope. We can we? Hoped can which watched. Which watched. Und can we? Skukwemo can kiwa. Kiwa. Good. Has that spoon? Wait. Apana inchachi. That's new. Inchachi piece. Kiwa.
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 Skukwema.
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 Oched.
Gosh.
Oched.
Gosh.
Oched.
Gosh.
Chicute.
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 Hoped.
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 Which quatched.
Which quatched.
Which quatched.
Which quatched.
Which quatched.
Which quatched.
As kiwo.
Kiwo.
Quam. Ahoy. Apna, kumipin wifin yati suons. Kumipin wifin. Kiwo. Skukwemo. Coached. Chicute. Hoped. Which watched. Apna. Ki. Kin. Kiwo. Ki. Kin. Kiwo. Kin. Kiwo. Kin. Kiwo. Ki. Kin. Skukwemo. Ki. Kin. Skukwemo. Ki. Kin. Skukwemo. Ki. Kin. Coached. Ki. Kin. Coached. Ki. Kin. Coached. Ki. Kin. Cute. Ki. Kin. Cute. Ki. Kin. Hoped. Ki. Kin. Hoped. Kin. Hoped. Ki. Kin. Which watched. Ki. Kin. Which watched. Ki. Kin. Which watched. Ahoy. Piaya. Piaya. In Shao Chi. In Shao Chi. Ki. Kin.
He can.
Ki. Kin.
He can.
Ki. Kin.
He can.
Ki. Kin. Kiwo.
He can. Kiwo.
Ki. Kin. Kiwo.
He can. Kiwo.
Ki. Kin. Kiwo.
He can. Kiwo.
Ki. Kin. Skukwemo.
He can. Skukwemo.
Ki. Kin. Skukwemo.
He can. Skukwemo.
Ki. Kin. Coached.
He can coach.
Ki. Kin. Coached.
He can coach.
Ki. Kin. Chicute.
He can chicute.
Ki. Kin. Chicute.
He can chicute.
Ki. Kin. Hoped.
He can hope.
Ki. Kin. Hoped.
He can
hope.
Ki. Kin. Which watched.
He can
He. Kin. Which watched.
He can which watch.
As. Ahoy. Apna. Ixiom. Isuftichen. Kiwo. Kiwo. Ki. Kin. Kiwo. Skukwimo. Skukwimo. Ki. Kin. Skukwimo. Coached. Coached. Ki. Kin. Coached. Chicute. Oh, ki. Kin. Chicute. Hoped. Ki. Kin. Hoped. Which watched. Ki. Kin. Which watched. He steam food school. Nahan. Ki. Kin. Kiwo. Anyway. Ahoy. Actually. Ki. Kin. Kiwo. 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 Because we know. Good text. Kamaya Kin. Ki. Kin. Kiwo. Kiwo. Ki. Kin. Kiwo. Kamaya Kin. Tell me now. Ki. Kin. Skukwimo. Hak Skukwimo. Ki kin skukwimot. Hak skukwimot.
He in Spokwimon.
Ki kin skukwimot. Yes. Ki kin kocht. Hak kocht.
He can coach.
Juan. Ki kin kocht. Ki kin kocht. Ki kin cute. Ki kin cute. Hak cute. Ki kin cute. Or he can hold. Hak hoped. He can hold. He can hold. He has. Next new. He can which watched. Hak which watched. He can which watched. Next new. In Chachi. Ki can kiwo.
He can kiwo.
Ki can skukwimo.
He can Spokwimon.
Ki can coached.
He can coach.
Ki can cute.
He can cute.
Ki can hold.
He can hold.
Ki can which watched.
He can which watch.
Guys, I can hisurtition. Hisurtition. Hak kiwo. Hak skukwimo. Hak coach. Hak cute. Hak hold. Hak. Hak. Ahoy in Chauchi. Hak. Hak. Hak.
Ha.
Food. Next new. Hak.
Ha.
Hak. Kiwo.
Ha. Kiwo.
Hak. Kiwo.
Ha. Kiwo.
Hak. Kiwo.
Ha. Kiwo.
Hak. Skukwimot.
Ha. Spokwimon.
Hak. Skukwimot.
Ha. Spokwimon.
Hak. Ucht.
Ha. Coach.
Hak. Ucht.
Ha. Coach.
Hak. Cute.
Ha. Cute.
Hak. Cute.
Ha. Cute.
Hak. Hoped.
Ha. Hope.
Hak. Hoped.
Ha. Hope.
Hak. Which watched.
Ha. Which watch.
Hak. Which watched.
Ha. Which watch.
Ahoy. Apna kuskula yatihi. Sahaytiti. Hak. Kiwo kusiwan. Hak. Kiwo. Or externum dissertation. Kusiwan. Hak. Kiwo.
Kiwo.
Ki kin kiwo. Kusiwan. Hak. Skukwimot. Ki kin skukwimot. Kusiwan. Hak. Ocht. Ki kin ocht. Kusiwan. Hak. Cute. Ki kin cute. Hak. Hoped. Ki kin hoped. Kusiwan. Hak. Which watched. He can which watched. Kusiwan. Hak. Kiwo.
Ha. Kiwo.
He can kiwo. Apna ku year and shoot. Ku year and shoot. Ixium. Hak kiwo ashut. Ki can kiwo. Or ashtu class up. Hak kiwo. Ki can kiwo. Or kanui class up. Hak kiwo. Ki can kiwo. So hi titi. Ku year and shoot. Ku year and shoot. Hak kiwo. Ki can kiwo. Hak kiwo.
He can kiwo.
Kwam. Siwan tasla. Hak kiwo.
Half kiwo.
Ki can kiwo. Siwan tasla. Hak kiwo. Kwam. Hak kiwo. Ki can kiwo. Kwam. Siwan tasla. Hak kiwo. Ki can kiwo. Kwam. Ki can kiwo. Siwan. Hak kiwo. Ki can kiwo. Kwam. Siwan tasla. Hak kiwo.
He can kiwo.
Good. Siwan tasla.
Ha. Kiwo.
Ki can Kiwo. Yeah, kusiwin. Kiwo. Lutkin to kiwo. Kinskokwima. Lutkinta. Lutkinta. Lutkinta skukwimot. Lutkinta osht. Lutkinta chikut. Lutkinta hot. Lutkinta which watched. Lutkinta kiwo. Awoy apana in chauchi. Lutkinta. Awoy Lutkinta. New. Lutkinta. 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 Sahaikitu. Sahaikiti nahishtalawi. Lutkinta. Kiwa. Lutkinta kiwa. Awoy. In chauchi. Lutkinta kiwa. Lutkinta kiwa. Lutkinta kiwa. Lutkinta kiwa. Lutkinta skukwimo. Lutkinta skukwimo. Lutkinta skukwimo. Lutkinta skukwimo. Lutkinta coached. Lutkinta coached. Lutkinta chikut. Lutkinta chikut. Lutkinta hot. Lutkinta hot. Lutkinta quitchquatched. Lutkinta quitchquatched. Apana. Who here and should ha kiwo? Lutkinta kiwo. Ha skukwimo? Lutkinta skukwimo. Ha coached? Lutkinta coached. Ha chikut? Lutkinta chikut. Ha hoped? Lutkinta hoped. Ha quitchquatched? Lutkinta quitchquatched. Kin hope. Ahoy, sahahiti. Ku yerin chut. Ku yerin chut. Tichas kumisha. King's hoya ala. King's hoya kaanawi. Ahoy. Lutkinta kiwa. Ha kiwa.
Lutkinta kiwa.
Lutkinta kiwa. Lutkinta skukwimo. Hak skukwimo. Lutkinta skukwimo. Lutkinta coached. Hak coached. Lutkinta coached. Lutkinta chikut. Lutkinta chikut. Hak chikut. Lutkinta chikut. Lutkinta hoped. Hak hoped. Yeah, wrong one. Lutkinta hoped. Lutkinta hoped. Lutkinta quitchquatched. Hak quitchquatched. Lutkinta quitchquatched. Lutkinta kiwa. Hak kiwa.
Lutkinta kiwa.
Lutkinta kiwa. Oh, Lutkinta skukwimot. Hak skukwimot. Lutkinta skukwimot. Skukwimot. Udash ko. Ud apinaku yerin chut. See when does slap. Hak hoped. Lutkinta hope. Hak quitchquatched. Lutkinta quitchquatched. Sahahiti. Ixion. Hak coached. Lutkinta or Lutkinta coached. Alright. Hak coached.
Lutkinta.
Lutkinta coached. See when does slap.
Good.
Hak coached. Lutkinta coached. Lutkinta coached. See what does slap. Hak coached. Lutkinta. What does go? Lutkinta coached. What does slap. Lutkinta coached. Coach.
Lut Kim Dagot.
As. See what that's like. Hak coached.
Ha Got.
Kinta.
Kinta coached.
Lut kinta coached. Look into coach. Look into coach. Yes. Ahoy. Kintails. He ya. Tali kukak. Han make explore me quick this
Me, Chinese, Chilhis, Chilhis, Jutsu.
He can learn. He has. Ahoy.
Once I eat, go here and shoot, I'll make, you know, he's cool to me, squat for all. He's squat for all, like, chi, max, cam.
Ahoy.
Cam. It's like in 2 weeks.
In 2
So
weeks.
that's Cam, you so teacher, or he, or the.
Ahoy. Take us. Kintails school here. Ahoy. Apena. He make and me. He make and me. Asla. Try see what. How cooked or he steam and me. He can hold. How which watched. Lutkin to which watched. How kiwo. He can kiwo. How spookimo. Lutkin to spookimo. How coached. Lutkin to coached. How cute. He can cute. How hooked. He can hold. He steam and hammock. He can look. He can look. Ahoy. He can hook or homa. He can quitch watch. Can Lutkin to quitch watch. Huh? Quitch watched.
He can quit squatch.
He can quitch watch. Tunisian steals. Quitch watch. How on you? Catch me stand. Steals quitch watch. Key can kiwo. Lutkin to kiwo. Hot kiwo. Lutkin to kiwo. Lutkin to kiwo. Good. Key can skokwimo. Cam Lutkin to skokwimo. Hot skokwimo. Lutkin to skokwimo. Oh, you do quiet again. Kintails was Waymo. Now I'm so he has extra loot kinta skokwimo. Hack skokwimo. Loot kinta skokwimo. Aho. He can watch. Loot kinta coach. Hack coach. Loot kinta coach. Lord kinta coach. Key can cute. Loot kinta cute. Hack cute. Loot can cute. Coach? Coach. Kintails pocket watch. He He can cute. Can loot kinta cute. Ha cute. Loot kinta cute. Aho. He can hold. Loot kinta hold. Ha hold. Look. Now I'm to steam. Loot kinta hook. Loot kinta hook. Oh, it's my fella. Key kin quitch watch. Loot kinta quitch watch. Huh? Quitch watched. Lutkin to quich quatched. Lutkin to quich quatched. Ah, what happened now? See what that's la. See what that's la. Ha? Kiwo, kikin kiwo. Ha? Kiwo, lutkin to kiwo. Ha? Hooked, kikin hooked. Ha? Hooked, lutkin hooked. Sahiti, who year and shoot. Now, how to call ya these good kind shoot. So, in chauchi. Ha? Kiwo.
Ha, kiwo.
Kikin kiwo. Lutkin to kiwo. Ha? Squeamot. Kikin squeamot. Lutkin to squeamot. Ha? Coached. Kikin coached. Lutkin to coached. Ha? Cute. Kikin cute. Lutkin to cute. Ha? Hoped. Kikin hoped. Lutkin to hope. Ha? Quitch watched. Kikin quitch watched. Lutkin to quitch watched. Boy, who pull him here and shoot na yati so always after that. Yatski. Ah, boy. Kikin look. Ha? Kiwo.
Ha, kiwo. Kikin root.
Kikin kiwo. Ha? Kiwo.
Lut.
Kin.
Kiwo.
Lutkin to kiwo. Ahoy, see one just left. Ha? Kiwo.
Ha, kiwo.
Kikin kiwo. Loot. Ha? Kiwo. Lutkin to kiwo.
Lutkin to kiwo.
Lutkin to kiwo.
Lutkin kiwo.
Nice.
Ha, kiwo.
I don't know. Probably 3 bears, huh?
See one. Kiwo. Kikin kiwo. Ah, haks kukwimot.
Kikin.
Kikin kukwimot. See what that's not?
Ha,
Kukwimot.
kukwimot.
Nice. See what that's not?
Kikin squeamot.
That's not cool. Good. Haks kukwimot. Just go quick. See what that's not? Oh, up and out. Can spokojmo, can just spokojmo. Suino. But who's here? Hap spokojmo. He can spokojmo. How I happen to put ha coach. He can coach. Who can to coach? So how do you coach?
Gas in your water.
See one Tesla. Hop coach. He can coach.
Coach.
Yeah.
Load. Ahoy. Cute.
Look, that's cute.
Look into cute. Hop cute.
Hot, cute.
Hour.
Lootkin to cute. Lootkin to cute. Lootkin to cute. Apana, hop hopped, key can hopped, lootkin to hopped. Hop hopped.
Lutkin.
Good. Wonderful. See what is left.
Wait, no, Luke can.
Wait, yeah, lootkin to hope. Hop, hope. Lootkin to hope. Hop, hope.
He can hold.
Oh, king. Go see it. Hop,
Hot, hold.
lootkin to hope. Lootkin to hope. Or which watch? Hop, which watch? Key can which watch? Lootkin to which watch? Hop, which watch?
He can, which watch?
Hot,
Hot, which watch?
Kila, kila to us watching. See what that's like? How, which watch? Key, can which watch? Oh, wait, next you in chow chip. Hop, he will. He can kiwo. Lootkin to kiwo. Hop, skukwimo. He can skukwimo. Lootkin to skukwimo. Hop, coached. He can coached. Lootkin to coached. Hop, cute. He can cute. Lootkin to cute. Hop, hoped. He can hope. Lootkin to hope. Hop, which watched. He can which watched. Lootkin to which watched. Hop, kiwo. Lootkin to kiwo. He can kiwo. Ahoy. And humming kukulam county now tipula. And humming kukulam. sa hai he more milk na ha slap sa hai he shows why hot he slack hini why hot he will he in all right, so he's why hop he will he will Luke can
Audio, please.
next new pupulum ko he nakasla ahoy in wis or he should ahoy so he's a height is me my po he he should call Mahasesya and Penkinan Haming is Haman Kawa. He to hide like, oh, why? Sweetie here. Kiwo? Can Kiwo. Oh, hi, Ninois. Cam, why? Kids, Ahoy, Ninois. Why? He's me, Michael. Nahasla. So why hap skukwimo he in skukwimo can Lutkin to skukwimo. Ahoy, Ninuis. Why Tahiti need my Nahasla Mumia. Ahoy, Chmek anyway, Chokoy Nahicha. Ahoy, Tahiti. Hinsha A. And we be ahoy naham achi who in shall cheap. Why hop coached? Why coached? He in coached. Ahoy Ninois. Why hop cute? Why hop cute? Lutkin to cute. Ahoy, Ninois. Why? Next. Hop. He can hop. Ahoy, Ninois. Why? Ahoy. Apna unuku skula. Skula. Which why? How which watched?
He in which watch.
How boy Ninois?
Why?
Like why? Ahoy, apana hope. See what that's like. Hope.
Why? Ahoy, Ninois.
Why? Ahoy, ano we ko po iliti. Kas ko like was included. Shokoy. On apana hook is kind should which watch. Which watch? Ahoy, Ninois. Why? Which watch? Ahoy, Ninois. Why? Wrong one. Take my smart. Or apna cook it easy. Ewo apna. Choy. Ewo. I look at Ewo. Ahoy, Ninois. Why? Kiwo. Look into Kiwo. How? Ahoy, Nino. Why? As, ud, apna kukahis, utikiwo, ihis kukwimo. Kukwimo. Chupoy. Ud, kuchu. Hap, skukwimo, kikin skukwimo. Ahoy, Ninuis. Why?
Why, hop, kukwimo, loot can test. Ahoy, you know, why?
Why? Chupoy. Coach, Stafana. Hap, coach, Lutkin, coach. Ahoy, Ninuis. Why?
Why, hop, coach? Ahoy, you know,
Or apnach cute. Cute, cute. Ahoy, anyways. Why?
He can. Why?
Good knocking shot. Whoa. Why? Half foot. Good can to hold. Ahoy, anyways. Why? Who's see it? Why? Half foot.
Why? Ha.
Lutkin to hold.
Ha. Noise.
Why?
Why?
Next new or why he? In chow cheap. Hop which watched. He kin which watched. Ludkin to which watched. Hop kiwo. He kin kiwo. Ludkin to kiwo. Hop squimot. He kin squimot. Ludkin to squimot. Hop coached. He can coached. Ludkin to coached. Hop chicute. He can chicute. Ludkin to chicute. Hop hoped. He can hope. Ludkin to hope. Ah, boy. Who see it? Hop which watched. Ludkin to which watched. Kin kiwo. Who see it? Hop kiwo. Ludkin to kiwo. Kin skukwimo. Who see it? Hop skukwimo. Ludkin to skukwimo. Kin coached. Who see it? Hop coached. He can coached. Who see it? Hop cute. He can cute. Who see it? Hop hoped. Ludkin to hoped. Can quit quatched. Who see it? Hop quit quatched. Ludkin to quit quatched. Kin kiwo. In kiwo. What are you sahalakik? Oh, puti sahawi. Musa halakik neo.
Ahoy.
Yeah.
Ahoy.
Musa halakik neo. Musa halakik neo. Extreme next neo. Ahoy. The high DT. Why? Hop squimo. Ludkin to squimo. Kin. Ahoy. So hak skukwimot, Ludkin to skukwimot, kin coached. Or he's just ahoy. Oh, Lud. Whoops, pass you should go. Homa. He shoots quiet, hop chicute, Ludkin to chicute, kin blah blah blah. Or he's just be suti and blah blah blah. He's, oh, blah, blah, blah. He and why Ninois would should these wife. So he Miss Wishan up now, Miss Wishan. So he slap. The height he did. Why? How coach? Mood can to coached. Can you cute? How cute? He can you cute? Why anyways? Why? How hoped? Mood can to hoped. Can which watch? How which watch? He can which watch? Why anyways? Why? The height he did. Do you first? Ahoy. Anyway, Jehoy. Today, Ahoy. Kiwa.
With the Finnish, you can shoot. Yeah, see them.
Ahoy.
Kiwa.
Kiwa. Good. Skokuyo. Ahoy. Und apna. Who's Steven? Why? Huh? Kiwa.
Luke can the kiwa. Can skokuimon. Ha skokuimon.
He can Skokuimo. Like Ninois.
Why?
Has. Apna. Chohoy. Who's Steven?
He's like, Hamud, Janine?
Yeah, he has.
Oh, has
me. Miss Cash. Coached or here. Who's Steven? What? Who's Steven?
Oh, look into coach.
No.
They're expecting you, and we assume, Janine.
Okay. So, who short is good kind of? The height he did. What? How cute? Good can cute. And coached. The height he did. How coach? Oh, he can coach. Oh, the height he did. Why? How cute? Good can cute. Coached. Can coach. Coach? He can coach. Why Ninois? Why? Was Abna Petita la? Chohoy. Abna Skuimo or Kiwa. Ahoy. So Siwa Dasla. Why? Ha? Skuimo? Why? Ha? Skuimo?
Lud can Supremo. Can like he can kiwa. How kiwa?
He can cool. Why?
Why?
Kiwa. Yes. What away. Tiffas como. He hope or which watch. See what does that? What? How hoped?
Why how hope Lud can hope? In which watch? Hi, which watch?
Yeah.
Hi,
Which watch?
he can which watch when you know it.
Why? Or and we could teach a lot. I see we don't could teach a lot. Boy. Nah. What? How coached?
Why? How? Can cute. Cute. Why? Anyways.
Good. Next now. Yeah. Or which watch? So see what that's like. How which watch? Which watch?
Luke can can hope hope
Why?
why
So Pia, Talia has this phone. Tifres como Mort Kentiels Ihi Waihi Asil Sakalaki Kasanto Kato. Now, Ihi Kumi Pinwation up and out to saw. Ha ni Quack all to a slap or keen and chout to a style or Ihiti has called me sutation or new meat Pinwation. He was loot. So Piaya Tally Lima. Tally Fasty.
Thank you, teacher. You guys can go back to your seats if you want. Wonderful. We're going on a break. 15 minutes. We'll come back at 10 to 3. And I'll just debrief this lesson in terms of natural language sequence, et cetera, et cetera. And then we'll have a little closing circle for today. We'll be coming back tomorrow morning at 10. So but right now, 15-minute break.
Why?
Why?
All right, everybody, we're gonna go ahead and get started with the last part of our day today. So I'm gonna hand it over to
In our language, that's just what they say. So just debriefing that lesson. So you know it was an immersion lesson, like she doesn't really speak the English, but they could do it, right? So when we teach through immersion, we're teaching some particular words and phrases, right? They needed to learn kin, lut, kinta, ki, lut, hak. That's what, and they had to get it with those words, those 6 words, right? But they were also receiving a ton of other language, right? That isn't the objective of that particular lesson. But when we teach through immersion, if they were getting lesson after lesson like that, then all that other things she had to say, they'll start to like, oh, like skif and chud. That's a picture. She has always saying skif and chud. Oh, okay. And then she was saying, kikania, listen, lutax okwel. When we teach our immersion, all that contextual language, because it's connected with meaningful activity, the student comes to learn that also, right? But without having to worry about it too much. You guys didn't worry about all the stuff she was saying, right? I got her jokes, but nobody else did. But you did acquire that language. You were communicating and seeing. Right? And moving to communication through immersion. Imagine the students constantly exposed. So they have specific language they have to acquire, but it's in a context of a bunch of other immersion language. That's the power of immersion instruction and an immersion teaching technique. Rather than explaining what's going on, experience it through immersion, pick up the core learning, right? Which I think was very successful. But in that broader language context, just doing it once, you don't pick it up. But by the time you've had 10 lessons like that, all these other things she's saying start to be like, oh, that one means get up here. That one means go sit down. Oh, okay. You start just, you're living it a bit, right? And that's what the power of immersion instruction, right? The other thing that was going on here that I want to touch base was that language sequence. How I talked about the way human beings talk to children, babies, and how we move people to fluency because we're naturally awesome language teacher. So that's what she also did in her lesson. So I don't know if, I'm sure we just learned this from somebody else, but I don't know who. The first step is recognition. That always comes first when you're learning language. And I got to tell you, so I never heard my wife's language till I was 40 years old. That's a little bit late. Your line is, you don't look 40 now. You missed your line. Anyway, you missed your line. But And I distinctly remember it like it was yesterday. It was actually 17 years ago, but it was like yesterday. Those ladies and just laughing because they'd say things and want me to say it. And it's not that I couldn't say it. I couldn't hear it. Like I distinctly remember they're trying to get me to say, slip. You could hear that because you have good ears. And man, to me, I was just like, what now? And they just laughing, having the best time with me, making me blood. Chocolate to slip. Just ground meat. Chocolate to slip. But I was just like, I literally can't hear that. I go, what? It's 2 words, but I just like, what is? I literally couldn't hear it, much less say it. But of course, then I spent some time, okay. Oh, chocolate. I start to hear the sounds, and I see that that's 2 words. Chocolate to slip. Slip was the meat. Chocolate was the ground. I'm like, so, but really, that's always happening, even if you learn it quickly. You learned key and lut very quickly. Key, lut, yes, no, boom. The language sequence happened very quickly. You could recognize it, and then you had comprehension. Then there's a limited production. And then there's full production. And no matter when we're learning, no matter how proficient or fluent we become, we're actually always going through this. With key lut, it was very quick. You could recognize, comprehend, and actually move to full production. They could all say key and lut on their own very quickly. But if I were to give the phrase like, you're like, what now? I'm asking the question, do you want ground meat? If I wanted you to have full production of that, I'd have to slow down and take you through the language sequence. This is a natural language sequence, meaning all human beings learn language through this sequence. And there's never a time we're not going through that sequence. You know? And it's just sometimes we can do it very quickly. Key, that means yes, key. Say yes. Okay. On me, key. Wow, you already moved to full production. It's like, but if I wanted you to say key, in slip. All right, now I'm going to ask you if you want some ground meat, and you say yes, I want ground meat. Okay, slip. So, if you've been teaching language, you've had moments like that where you come to a student, you're like, okay, produce language, and then they go, and that noise and that face, that's not their problem. That's the teacher's problem, because it indicates something. It indicates a sequencing problem. You're asking them to produce, but they're not ready. You're asking them to do this, and they're somewhere up here. So when the student goes, that's your cue as a teacher to scoot back up here and do some of these things. So in her lesson, she did recognition. She primed you, make sure the pictures, like this means skinny, this means fat. And then she just said those words. And she was acting out. She's like, coached, cute, coached, hoped. But she was in this recognition. She was presenting the learners those words. She had her pictures, so it'd be meaningful. She's acting it out, so it's meaningful. She's using tone of voice, so it'd be meaningful. But what's the learner expected to do at that point in her lesson? Recognize it. They have no pronunciation task. They have no comprehension task. They have no production of language task. They need time to just recognize what now? Or whatever the word is. Coached, hoped, evil, right? Time, and this is how, and so that's why grandma talks to the baby and tells mama be quiet to talk to the baby. When they're still in their belly, when they're babies, this is where they're at. We're teaching them the cadence, the rhythm, the sounds, the diction of the language. And we're teaching them to recognize that. And babies do, like brand new babies, recognize their mother's language versus other language. That because we've been doing that teaching with them, even before they're born. And when they're very small, talk to them. They begin to understand. And when they begin to understand, we give them choices and we let them show their comprehension. They're not speaking yet, but we still let them show that they understand. So she was like, okay, we'll sequence Ki and Lut. You guys get to show Ki and Lut. You could show what you mean. Or you could just touch it. Just touch it. Shows you understand. Touch it. So she moved to the comprehension stage. Allowing these learners, they had recognized the word. They're kind of, at first they're like, what? We're supposed to do something like Ki, Lut? I didn't know any of those words, but then they did actually. So they show their comprehension. While they're doing, she's doing these comprehension exercises, she said each word about another 25 times. She had already said each word about 15 times. She added another 25 words, but you're showing comprehension. Ki, Lut, and there's a lot of activities, lots of activities that you can do at the comprehension level. The students engage in language, they're gaining understanding of what that word is, how it goes together. But we understand they're not ready to speak. They need time where they're in the comprehension phase. They do recognize it, they understand it, they can show their understanding, but we're not expecting them to speak yet. And the reason we're not is because they're not ready. If we go and say speak, we get, right? And then adult learners, particularly susceptible, then they freak out, and they lose heart, and they're like, they feel incompetent, right? So having good sequencing, if I ask her to do something, she says, I don't go like, oh. I'm like, teacher has a sequencing problem. I back it up and say, he can look, and let her re-engage and then move her ready. So when then they start speaking, in this little lesson, limited production was basically say it as a group. She'll say it, you say it as a group. Oh, it's so nice to say it with the group. Whereas if I said, you say it, then it's like, But if we're just saying it, I can kind of play. I can't really say quitch quatch, so I'm just saying push my. That's great. That's great. Think about our babies. They call it babbling. But actually, when we study baby babbling, babies from different languages all babble differently, right? Because they're actually beginning to produce their languages, but it's incomprehensible. We were we were bawling, to tell you the truth, crying our eyes out when we had some young babies in our community. They're sitting there going, we're like, holy smokes, they're babbling our language. Like, that probably hadn't happened for 100 years. It's like, seriously, like they're sitting there, wow, man. They're babbling our sounds that aren't in English. Like, that means that's their limited production, right? So when they speak badly, or they say, and they're kind of mumbling around, and they're babbling around the language, when we're doing our little kids, it's so normal, we just celebrate it. We give them so much reinforcement. But when adults, it's kind of ridiculous. Like if a grown man, I'm like, what are you, stupid? But if you really think about it, the thing is, I'm looking at him now. I realize he's just realized I do that all the time when I'm alone.
I went through a period in
Right.
back where I was doing that with some of the hard letters. I just started French going,
Yeah. Because that's actually how human language works. That's how we do it. And then, like, we noticed when we first learned, like, then we're speaking English. Hey, you want a piece of cake? Oh, no, thank you. All our English starts to have hard glottal stops and cries. Oh, I just took a quiz. I got an A. It's like, what? You guys are stupid. But it's so hard for us to acquire and train it. Then we kind of swing the other way, and we're saying like everything's a hard K now. It's like, ooh. But these are all. This is actually how it goes down with our kids, with little babies and kids, and we can't cheat the process. adults, we are going to go through that same thing. Your learners are going to go through the same thing. You have to go through the same thing. But it's crazy to be a babbling adult, right? It's very weird to be that adult who says biscotti. Like, come on, man. Like, that's not how you say it. But you just can't get here to there unless you go through that. So having in mind the natural language sequence and honoring it and playing with it and having your laughs with it, because you can't cheat it. The ones who try to cheat it get stuck. And they're the ones who say, I can read, I can write, I can understand. Right? If we're not loving with each other, with our own selves, right? We just have to roll through it. We have to be bad speakers before we're great speakers. We actually have to be babbling adults in order to go through the natural language sequence. And we can do it secretly in the bathroom by ourselves. But it's amazing when we can do it in the open with each other and have it. It's hilarious. Let's laugh at each other and with each other, but don't try to cheat it, because this is how it works. This is how it works in every human language on earth and in every single human culture. And sometimes it's fast. Key, look. And sometimes it would take time. She could sequence that out. It would just take 5 minutes, right? It just takes a little longer. So recognize where you are in the sequence. When a student goes, sequencing problem, back it up. Recognize comprehension, supported production. Say a little, say it with me, say it after me. Before I say, you say it now, you. That's the moment. Right? The natural language sequence is always present in any learning moment. But our entire curriculum and fluency transfer system is also built on this. So even when we're at the advanced level, it's like we just stepped from our formal curriculum that we made with some teacher. That's kind of, it's artificial somewhat, in that it's not just people naturally speaking, right? It's controlled so people can learn. And we had to be ready, like that would end and we would go to just our speakers who are living and our archival recordings. Would we be ready? And we just took the next step and boom, we went right to that. It's like this guy tells a story. We do a little canoe journey. It's an interior on the river there. 3 years in a row, we are going to the same place. It's Juanit Kettle Falls, and people meeting up there trying to call the salmon back. Call the salmon back, past the dams, putting boats on the rivers again. And he is approaching this group of elders, and Richard Armstrong, child, sees him and he goes, oh, and he just goes right to the group, like, that's when he knew he'd graduated. This elder, as he saw my son come in, he quickly went to the elder and said, oh, careful, careful. He speaks. Be careful. As they talk about us, they say all kinds of things. Obviously, his husband and his son, and when he overheard that group being warned, it was like, hey, So we were able to make the move into our archival recordings, and yet there's things in those recordings like, whoa, what is he saying? How is that? And we kind of have to scoot ourselves back, pull that word out, and let people hear it, use it in some different ways before they really can bring it into their own speech. I think today in his talk, he used the word spink, to come of age. That's a word and concept that we got from, we didn't really know that word, that construction. It's understandable, but it's nothing we would have said, but we got it when we moved to this archival recording, this particular speaker from our home community. He had that word spinked, and I noticed him using it, right? We had to be like, oh. So even when we're up there, even when we're pretty fluent, we have to kind of, listen to that. Oh, yeah. In order to get that to be part of who we are and how we speak and let it inform us, we back up a little bit, like, how would we say it? What are ways you could use that concept? some teachers would say that, oh, I like going to other things. I hear things that I hadn't heard for 50 years, or I hear something completely new. And it's like, oh, go through this in your own self, go through this process. Oh, I've recognized and understanding it and practicing it, bringing it into your own speech. And then he just used it naturally as part of his own story today. I'm like, oh yeah. So even at the high levels, we're going through this. And we need to celebrate it, understand it. And so our curriculum builds this way. The curriculum's building for increase, always moving to full production. But at any given moment, with a particular word or concept or construction, we might have to scoot back, kind of bring ourselves into that, and then we're in full motion.
When my mother was living, I would talk to her in English and talk about, complicated words, just in figurement or any kind of medical terms or stuff like that. And she would say, I don't know English high words, but I would turn around and say to her, but Mom, I don't know Yupik high words, which is true.
Yeah.
Because there's some words that we don't use no more, not just in Yupik, but in all our languages.
In all languages.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did that word the spink when we encountered it? I remember encountering it. It stuck with me when he used it. I'm like, oh, because we knew hakap to get them all, and we know spink from that's in lesson 2, the very beginning book. Kin chilpilpugs with tapcom spink. I'm 56 years old. Spink, but hakap spink. It's putting them together like, oh, you've got all your years. It's a word he was using to talk about coming of age. No longer being a child, stepping away from his parents. It's like, so it was understandable to us, but we had to, it wasn't just hearing it and like, oh, I hear what he's saying, but how can we actually fully understand that concept and incorporate it into how we're talking to our youth or what it really means, like you said, there's a lot of work to it in engaging it and being cognizant of the natural language sequence for beginning speakers, for ourselves, when we're trying to push through this sequence to do full language production, right? And what it really takes, and thinking about how we do that with children, little, unfortunately in English or other major world languages, but there's this, we're so good at it. Every single person is so good at it. We know exactly what to do to move them through this natural language sequence at certain ages and then in certain contexts. So, they know this language, but now we're going to look at a particular kind of language and we'll have to be careful of this again. But we do that so naturally when they're little and we're just in the family context creating a language speaker. But we are in a challenge where, okay, we need to create a bunch of new adult speakers and reconstitute our language culture community so that we can raise kids in that natural, beautiful way that we don't have to think about or have a curriculum for, right?
When's the last time a child grew up in the language? Before what you guys.
Yeah, so I was sharing that in our family, the language was more abundant for 95 years.
So then I think the community has to reconstruct that, which is a combination of what people remember, what you think they did, and what you're gonna choose to do.
Exactly. So what we talked about is to build a fluency transfer system, right? When we're at stage 8 or stage 7 with our languages, lots of you folks up there that way, we're on, it's gotten worse, not better in the time we've been working. Only in the last 4 years have we made more speakers than we lost, but it's nip and tuck. It's nip and tuck. For those critically endangered languages, the fluency transfer system, it documents, it records, it's reconstructing the language and the cultural concepts that the language holds together. And we build that cartograph, we do that documentation, put it in make a system with it so that it's replicable, permanent. Right?
There's a good story from my co-teacher. We were up in the mountains picking huckleberries, and we'd been in an immersion all day, and we were just chatting. And so she picks a huckleberry and she says, this is the first huckleberry I've ever picked. And so she had learned Salish and become a fluent Salish speaker and could talk about picking huckleberries before she actually ever picked one. And I thought that was surreal, but it's surreal. She grew up in town, she was adopted out, and so she had never done that. And so she got there in the language before she got there in person.
But then her very first experience on the bush, in the bush, on the mountain with that food was full immersion. Like, whoa. Also, who hasn't picked the huckleberry? I don't know how, but yeah. So in terms of the language that Dominique taught, thinking about it being full immersion, meaning she stayed in the language, she's saying all kinds of things that in one pass you don't get. But if you had those, if you had 3 of those a day for 3 weeks, suddenly you're getting a bunch of it. It's a direct acquisition. So you didn't learn about our language. You just learned to communicate certain concepts right now. Put them in you, have them come out your mouth, right? And we just keep doing that, doing that, doing that. Pretty soon there's a bunch of things that you can communicate. Especially when there's level 1, we just do this really intense direct acquisition, full immersion, whole language. And we don't really do spelling or grammar or stuff like that. But by doing this whole language, we can get our eyes above water and start to become proficient. And then cultural immersion becomes very effective. And we start doing lots of grammatical practice, but grammatical practice that's focused on communication, and that's still immersion. So we don't start talking about the language. We just do things that make us make those verbal exchanges and make those complicated transitive exchanges happen. And then we just keep moving through this sequence where we can actually become advanced fluent speakers with high grammatical accuracy and I guess subtlety is what it comes down to. Really being able to communicate the most intricate and granular aspects of what we're talking about. And then in a context of cultural immersion, that's what we're gunning for. So the beginning language lesson still shows the ultimate, it reflects the whole of full immersion, cultural immersion, and always respecting that natural, beautiful way that people know how to teach language and how we can treat ourselves that the people we're hardest on are ourselves, right? Oh, I didn't say that right. It's like, oh, just laugh. Yeah, you said biscotti. We have faith. We believe we can do this. Keep talking, right? And you'll move yourself through this sequence, right? Love and forgiveness for your harshest critic is yourself. There's some other rough ones out there, don't get me wrong. But if we recognize these things in ourselves and just, it's okay. Yeah, I really tore that up. Huh. Oh, well, I'll do it again. It'll be better next time, right? We can get there. I guess the last thing I would say about this is the idea of a spiraling curriculum. So all these level 1 lessons they're pretty small because you can't acquire that much at a time. How do you eat an elephant? 1 bite at a time, you know? So the first food lesson just has 10 words and it just has one thing we're going to say about it. And the next food lesson has 10 more and we say a different thing. And then we can say that about both those groups of food. And then the next food lesson, the next food lesson, the next food lesson, right? Or feelings and emotions, or this plant or that, right? We have to take it in bites. So as we move through this comprehensive system, we're hitting the same topic over and over and over and over and over with more and more complexity, more and more sophistication, right? So that by the time we come to the end of this thing, we really could just talk about, like, it's funny, this young woman could talk a lot about huckleberries before she'd even picked one, right? We probably should have got her up there soon. But there's something came up, right? A couple of years in a row, she just didn't go. Yeah. So understanding that you build a fluency transfer system and a curriculum like this, it's sequenced from the very first moment. And you don't have to pile on any one thing, right? Make it digestible so you can stay in a memory, so you can directly acquire the language, so you can use it to communicate, right? And be true to yourself and your learners in terms of the natural language sequence, and then have that faith that if we build this all out, we build that cartograph, that beautiful explanation and diagram and recordings of all the richness of the landscape between here and there, that then we can all follow that every time, anyone, right? And get to that promised land of the deep, culturally connected, fluent speakers, right? That we all want to become and be. So this is like a little baby taste of it. Tomorrow, we're gonna do a lesson here. And it's hard because the expectation when you move here is you've had all of this. So we modified one of our, story one, we modified it down, even made it slimmer. But so that you can have a sense of what does it look like to do a story when you're just a beginner. So we'll have our volunteer students up here and they'll learn to tell a little version of one of our traditional stories in Salish. They'll be able to do that as a group tomorrow after they go through that process. So that's what we'll be kind of talking about tomorrow, showing how can we move people through the non-proficient phase and get them into that phase where cultural immersion really starts to be very, very effective. Comments, questions?
I just wanted to say that I recognized one of the words from the Western movies when I was growing up. And that was part of your culture, right? That was happening.
Yeah, Chole is one of the guys speaking Salish in those old Westerns. He works for the Kalispel tribe now. He always says, I wish I'd talked slower so people could have understood me better.
Watch Jeremiah Johnson. He rides in on his horse and cusses him out in Salish.
What was the word that?
A famous scene is he's with the Jeremiah Johnson character is with his wife and says, chin yo yo, but there's something else.
And the Fluency or
Ninuis?
Yeah, yeah,
Ninuis?
that one.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
gonna learn these cuss words tomorrow.
But yeah, amazing, amazing. He's an amazing guy for sure.
And he's from your tribe, right?
Yeah, he is. He's Kalispel, and but got moved over to the Flathead Reservation in Montana. But he spent the last 15 years being the main translator for this system for the Kalispel tribe in Washington State. Yeah, he just retired home to Montana. Yeah.
We had some folks who used to say, you can't say it right, don't say it at all.
Everybody has those folks.
How did you folks move from worrying about getting it right to focusing on communication?
I think we were very fortunate. When Samtitsa called us to go to Kushnappo with her, we just completely left our home community. It's 4.5 hours away, 2 mountain passes, but same language, right? But we went there and we were complete unknowns. And Samtitsa was not a famous or prestigious person at that time. She had always lived in poverty and wasn't considered a high speaker. And so we were just kind of out at the end of the road. Like even the road was torturous, to come down to the place there was like, no one came because you just shaked it to death for 5 kilometers. So we knew we'd already gone through all of that stuff earlier in the Ray's journey when Pat talked this morning about doing Spokane Salish and then going to the Calva Reservation. There's a very rough history, right? We have to have thick skins. And we had an advantage. This is what Lorraine told me. It's like, how did we avoid certain things? She's like, oh, we were just nobodies and we were nowhere. And we weren't important people at all. And it was just Lorraine had this vision and Samtitsa welcomed us. even though we're mixed race couple and all that. And we just, and with Samtitsa also just such a hard, like I said, Larea is the most stubborn person on earth, but that's actually not true. She's the second most stubborn person on earth. Samtitsa was the most stubborn person on earth. And they would just work. And we didn't have money. Like we sold our house, we blew through that money, we charged credit cards, we just following her vision. And I think a lot of it we were isolated, and we weren't trying to change anybody else. We weren't trying to tell people. It's like we're only here because somebody asked us to be, otherwise we'd never come. Like if we're asked, we say yes, but we never try to knock on the door and get admittance to the club because they'll club you at the club. Yeah. So I think, I don't remember what the question was, but we were unimportant people who were working without money, and we did not make any calls on the resources of the tribes or bands. We just did it on our own to start.
And then the other piece of that is that there was a trio of elders who really protected us. So
Yeah.
I taught up there at the band school, and people were like, he sounds pretty bad. And I was like, yeah, I know I sound bad. Ease up. And so our elder Kayu Salkin came in, and he sat in the back frowning with his arms crossed for my entire class I was teaching. And at the end, he stood up and said, this is good. I can understand what he's saying. I can understand what you guys are saying. This is good. Keep it up. And I like died from gratitude because, you know, he basically just said like, it's, you know, it's not right, but it's close enough that we're making progress. And so that for me was a huge moment where I was like, oh, leave him.
And that came in the third year we've been up there working, right? Where we were far enough along that our main apprentice could stand up and teach level 1 while we were, right? And we always do that. We always have somebody new teaching the beginners because it pushes their fluency big time. So the beginners are never getting a good teacher. They never have a good teacher. But the truth of the matter is the beginners are here and the greatest teacher's here, and the beginner, we're trying to get them here. And then a teacher here can get them here, a teacher here can get them here. They're not going any further. They're beginners. But it was very hard. And we had, when it was just us, we had people sit in the back with their arm crossed and then say, you're idiots. This is garbage. Don't come back. And we cried and left. Went somewhere else. And kept working. You know, so that's real. It's again that question of the faith. I just Biscetti. He's not saying it quite correct. Does that mean he's changing the language for all time and everybody who learns from him will always say it that way? Or is he just where he's at and he's moving these people up and together they're going to become fluent, become very high, great speakers? And do we have that faith? And the thing about it, Kayo Salkin came along because he watched us come and we were like we came from outer space as far as they're concerned. The Milkman elders like, who are these people, son teacher? Who are these people you brought home with you? You know? And I didn't know anything when I went there. Nothing. And then at the end of those 2 years, I was speaking with their elders and they're like, huh. And then those elders stood up and protected the whole rest of our work. Yeah. And are still to this day. Right?
There's a question in the chat from Yvonne Peter. Yvonne said you mentioned 3 lessons a day for 3 weeks. So is it a full-time commitment by learners? If so, for how long?
That's when we presented our book 1 before we had a school. We did summer intensive quite frequently. And our book has 45 lessons and we would teach 3 a day plus a review for 15 days. And we were able to teach our entire level 1 language book in 3 weeks in that way. And we did that for 5 summers, 6 summers in a row when we were starting out. And then some of the summers we did the second book also. And to have time to review and really lock it in 5 weeks. So in 8 weeks in the summer, we could move people to their beginning proficiency so that cultural immersion is effective and they can begin to follow the gist of whatever's going on and can actually start communicating, living in the language. So it takes 8 weeks. If you have everything ready to go, you can run people at 8 weeks. And now it's meaningful for them to be around just immersion, cultural immersion. So that's what that was. So that was full time. And yeah, like I said, at the end of the day, you'd think they'd been digging a ditch and just wrung out, just dead, because it's just very intense. Like you're just listening and speaking and communicating. It's full immersion. And it's like, it is just cognitively very demanding. But also at the end of that 3 weeks, they would do a speech. They would each stand up and say about 25 sentences that they know about themselves, their family, this, that, the next thing. Pass the written test. We test every day. We quiz every day. Any other questions or comments?
So my question actually has to do with the adult learners. I know you mentioned that students who come to school, their parents also have to be language learners. Do you guys offer those?
Yes.
Those things, and how, or are they any different from the way that you teach the students?
It is. The adults we teach with this method. Whereas the kids, we use materials from this curriculum just to teach them words, but our focus has been creating fluent teachers. And then once the teachers are fluent, then they can just talk about everything that the teacher talks about. And just so we just teach math. We've developed math books in our language up to pre-algebra. We have some science materials. We have about 600 or 700 reading books in our language that are sequenced out. So they learn to read and write in Salish and English simultaneously. So the immersion school doesn't focus on just like a second language acquisition program. But the adults, every employee at our school is in daily Salish language training. And when they start, they're in 90 minutes a day. And that's our accountant, our cook. I guess our night janitor is not in language class. They call him the ghost. When nobody sees him, he's over there at night. Well, it's clean. He was here. But all of us who are there during the day, our cooks, our accountant, our center director, they're all in 90 minutes of Salish language class every day until they reach the events. And then it's 60 minutes every day for the rest of our lives, I'm assuming. We make that, and that's it's interesting because, and I'll talk about this a little bit tomorrow, but like, if you're a stage 7 or 8 language and you start an immersion school to save your language, it will almost surely kill your language. Like, it doesn't work. You can only have an immersion school if you have a fluency transfer system in place, in which you can train adults and teachers who are fluent, who can then man or staff that immersion school. But if you go all in on a schooling program when you don't have an adult second language acquisition fluency transfer system, unfortunately, every case study on earth in which that's the case, it has led to language death. So that's one of the things people say, oh, we want to see your school and teach us about your school. And we always like, that's great, but don't start a school if you have a critically endangered language, because it will kill your language. The only reason we have a school is because we have this system that allows us to train new, advanced, fluent speaking adults. And it's been simultaneous, and I don't want to make it sound like it's hard and we screw up all the time. And it's very hard to keep our doors open for money. And it's hard to train people. And when someone leaves, like we just spent 4 years training this person, and then they're gone. We don't just run an ad and get a new one. It means somebody moves up and we start another one. And it takes time. And we wish we had the money to just say, oh, here's 15 people for 18 months. We're going to do nothing but teach them language and culture. And they're going to be super, super fluent. And then they'll go to work. But we never have that money. I buy my Mega Millions tickets every week. It could happen. So far, no. We have to patch it together. But for sure, Lorraine was very clear before when we had our granddaughter and we were going to include other kids. Said all these other schools, their struggle is they're relying on their elders. And they're relying on intermediate speakers, and they have no program to make new advanced fluent speakers. So as those elders age, there's no one right there who's learned it and is ready to take the reins. And instead, they experience a collapse. And our visionary leader here just said, oh, we can't do that. We have to do this the right way. So everybody's in language training. One of our cooks is actually pretty amazing. She's now in an advanced cohort, but she has so little opportunity. She's not in immersion. You know, our other folks are in an immersion classroom. They get to practice and everything, but she does so well, and her daughter's in the school. So it's really, and that's what holds it all together. So in terms of our parents, we are in the middle of a shift. We were requiring that they come to 60 hours of language class every year. They had to do 60 hours to maintain their child's eligibility to attend the school. And that's not enough to become fluent. That's not really a fluency track. It was more like a minor leagues. Like, then there'd be parents in there who were like, oh, this is awesome, and they're really great. And then as we grew, hey, you want a job? Hey, you want to be a teacher? Hey, you want to train? So as we've grown, we've hired from our own parents, right? So those classes were the farm team, but we're really moving now. That one of our colleagues here was saying, people actually have to be paid. It is too hard to eke out a living and deal with everything we deal with in a COVID pandemic on top of it. And then, oh, I'm supposed to go to language class in my spare time and become fluent. It's like, that's a tall order. So we started grant writing this time last year. Like, we shifted our grant writing to just flat out, we're going to require more hours of our parents. So we're probably moving to 80 hours next year. And they could come and go as they please before. They can drop into this class or that class. They just have to have the hours. And by next year, we're going to shift to, they all have to be enrolled in a course. And they have to come consistently, and they have to take quizzes and tests. And we started a cohort new this winter. And it's been wildly successful. We are surprised how many parents wanted that. So they got that new cohort comes twice a week. They're paid, and they've all gone through a bunch of them have been with us for a few years, and they've smattering this. And they're like, oh, now I'm really learning it because I have to take a test and I have to be here every week. So we're shifting to that so that I think our expectation is, over the next 2 years, we're going to shift that every parent is on a fluency track. And if the ones that don't want that, they're probably going to need to go elsewhere. And isn't that cruel and horrible? I feel bad saying it. I do. But we know for a fact that it's just money down the drain, time and effort down the drain. If the parents aren't into it and don't want to be on that fluency journey, it's not going to work out with their kids anyway. And we've seen it over and over. So we are upping our game, and we're gonna, if we can find the money, keep finding the money, keep ourselves going. We're gonna move so that everyone is on a fluency track. So the parents are doing 6 hours a week, and the employees are doing about 7.5, and that's enough. Where over those 3-4 years, they'll become fluent speakers.
So your vision, you kept that strong, but how do you keep it in forefront? And how do you manage to keep going with your family, your everybody?
Well, we have this saying called fall forward. So when you fall down and you're gonna fall, you at least fall forward. Don't fall backward. Fall forward so that when you get up, you're still pointing that way and you can just keep going. Like Chris talked about, we've had so many just challenges and things go on, and even with my health, I fell and hit my head and I have a brain injury. So I'm not, that's why they're doing all the presenting and stuff, because it's been 4 years, but I still have trouble. So I can it's a lot when you, multitasking. And so it's just, I think, trying to build people around you that want the same thing, trying to get some synergy going with people who want the same thing that you do. That way, when you fall down, they can catch you, tilt you up, and you can all kind of keep going. And then when they fall, you can push them up. And so that you're all kind of moving forward together. So if you, even if you just have like 3 people, me, Anton, and Sam Pizza, we were able to do that and keep going forward. Then we added Pat, and we added Kamenak, and we, you know, and you just try to keep moving forward and get people who are excited about it.
And we've fallen hard sometimes.
Yeah.
We've been attacked brutally, really. But it's like Dr. Mahoya says, there's a thing called the politics of distraction. And my wife is actually a master politician because she doesn't engage anyone in these distractions. Where'd you get your curriculum? Oh, you speak like that woman in Canada. And then we just keep working. Aren't you gonna say anything? It's good to have you here. We need all hands on deck, thank you. Why isn't she fighting with me? She's just the master of keep going. Do not enter the politics of distraction. You have nothing to prove. You just want to be a speaker, right? Bring the language back to your family, to the community. That's a blueprint for happiness and beauty. What's there to talk about? There's times where I'm like, we need to, and she's like, we have work to do. That was Sam Pizza also. You need to come to council and justify what's going on there. Like, those are not meetings we actually attend. Like, we just don't show up because, and I did talk about, we're a bit outsiders. Our good colleague who's joined us, you know, who does lots of work now with us, Rosette, she said, you do not know how lucky you were to be complete strangers and to not have a history with so many of these other folks. And she says to me, you're lucky, you don't understand what it means because you're white. You were never told every year of your life growing up that you could never learn this. So when you came and we had a language, you just said, yeah, it's a language. It's a human language. We can learn it. You have no idea what it means, and you did not have to experience all that negative talk. And I was like, oh, yeah. But avoiding the politics of distraction, thinking that you need to change the political reality or undo or make people things. One of the things we learned early is you can't tell anybody anything. You can't tell them anything, but you can show them.
And this is all like, I learned most of this stuff from Daryl Kitt, his school, Cutswood School.
The
in
Pagan Institute
Montana.
on the Blackfoot Reservation. In
Yeah, he
Montana.
had this little book he wrote, and he said, don't ask for permission. It's your language. And he just went through and just talked about all these hurdles.
Don't try to get money from the tribe or band. Find it somewhere else, because then they'll own you. They'll own your efforts.
Yeah, I wish I had that book. But
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know how
online.
to
You can
is
get it
it?
online.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a talk. It's like this. There was a talk like this, and somebody wrote up the notes of what Dr. Kip had to say.
Yeah, Dr.
Daryl
Daryl Kipp.
Kip Rhodes, yeah. In the Pagan Institute in Montana, his son Darren is now running the institute, and the Cutswood School is the Blackfeet Immersion School in Browning, Montana. Yeah, they were very inspirational, right? Just like, you don't have to have for permission.
That was huge for me. You don't have to ask for permission. It's your language. Your family spoke this. You can get it back, you know? That was big for me. And then just the not engaging in the political fighting and the show, not tell. Show them by speaking your language, by having your grandkids and your kids speak your language. You know, that's your proof.
And Cheney took that, I told you earlier, our friend Cheney Bell is like, all the criticism, all these things you hear, and he just says, that may be true. But until we can discuss that in the language, we don't have time. Oh, that kind of shuts it down, like, oh.
Yeah, that's what I heard from folks in Hawaii. Just outwork them, because you're getting something done. But I also think there's a bit of a hegemonic force here, like going against genocide means going against this idea that this is what's supposed to happen. So you're going against manifest destiny, you're going against these other things. And I think there's so many reasons why people don't want to do it, because it feels like the wrong thing to do, just what colonialism nests inside of people's minds. And so we've been having some conversations about that as well, just in terms of somebody is hurting and they're trying to stop us. But then we're just going to sort of keep going, but not, we would say, can we help you? Can we involve you? Can we do something? But then we'll also not stop what we're doing.
Exactly. Exactly. And understand, when you outwork them, that does not make them happier. It does not make the politics melt away. It actually intensifies what's going on. And that's okay too. That's okay too. Right? That's that fundamental.
There was a couple years ago, I retyped our dictionary because it was only available as like an old PDF. And so you couldn't search it and it was hard to read. And so on my Saturday mornings, I just sit down and type 10 pages of the dictionary, and it took me about a year. And then I shared the document, and then people started complaining to me about my retyping. And I was like, why are you complaining? And they're like, oh, well, we use it all the time and we don't like how it's set up like this. And I was like, well, it's a Word document. You can just change it. And they were like, no, shouldn't you? And I was like, no, I did my part. I retyped an entire dictionary.
We all have it. It's
My work
searchable.
here is done.
It doesn't make them happier, but it's not, right? Who's it about, right? Who's it about? What's it for? You know, if you're trying to show somebody, no. It's to make ourselves well, to have our families be connected, right? To have that beauty. People say, why you guys learn that language? Why, even to me, people, why you, I say, oh, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Do I need more reasons than that? No. And then we just be like, how can I fight with that when you just said that? It must be a racist thing. No, it's just beautiful. Yeah, reason enough, Was there another question?
Yeah, there was a question in the chat from Haley Turning Heart. She asked, has the curriculum been taught on Zoom during the COVID pandemic, or is it only taught in person?
Yeah, we only teach in person, but bless her heart, our colleague C. Malau, Dr. Michelle Johnson with the Salish Language House in the Okanagan in British Columbia, they have the same language, right? So she has just taken all the stuff and she has been teaching adult cohorts through Zoom and is very happy, very successful. And they're launching a brand new cohort this May. So they've got about 25 people moving forward on this fluency track who've learned only through Zoom. And of course, they have all of Sam Kinko's recordings. They have all of the materials to listen to. And these techniques, they've trained themselves to do it through Zoom. I just can't do it. Pat did a little bit of Zoom stuff, but it's like, so we're in person, but it is being done very successfully by the Salish Language House and C. Malau, Dr. Michelle Johnson. So, yeah, can be done. I don't want to do that. I think Inisitat, not he, hey, Bahilgotam, Bakolam Apana. Okay. So they're gonna sing a little traveling song to send you home, I think. Oh, Inisitat? Oh boy. Just something to wish you a safe journey. We're coming back here tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. A little later start tomorrow morning. And Pat is going to teach a full immersion direct acquisition story. With our new Salish apprentices.
Sally Limlon. Hi, Symphony. The Armstrong family ko Simpington. We snack
I thank you. This is a song that comes from the Armstrong family at Penticton, British Columbia. It's we call it our horse song. This is our prayer to a song of that you'll return safely to your homes.
Standing up there, I thought of this song too that I wanted to share in our dialect too. to thank you. The song is anything that is good means ariga. Ariga means good. If you're fine with something, satisfied with something, ariga, it's good. Anything that you're comfortable with, when you're relaxed, when you feel good, ariga. Do we come in not knowing each other this morning? And what we were taught and being together, like we're getting closer, bonding with our regions. Let's take a look at that, the chorus of the song. Ariga, 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 nunasha, kisetuni, akuta, komagesu, ariga, nunasha, esanga, ariga, 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 nunaksha, isituni, akuta, komagisu, ariga, nunaksha, esanga. Thank you.
Choir practice. Let me look forward. Tomorrow.